visit tomorrow.
Of course, never mind. Welcome everybody to the Boys in the Big Apple podcast, episode number 23. Is it? I think that's what it is. Got a lot of stuff in store for tonight. Obviously I got a new camera, so obviously you guys can see like the upgrades and stuff like that. I have to maneuver it a little bit. Unfortunately, I've settled for something tonight. I'll get to that in just a couple of seconds, but Sean hasn't been on in 2 weeks, so I'll let him kind of give his view on everything, and then Luca's obviously up next.
Everything's been, apologize for not being here last week. I passed my college class, so I'm very happy about that. The Steelers won last week. State champions again, something Alex really can't relate to. Yankees have been on a very hot streak, which I hope they keep going. Enjoying a nice slice of pizza. So life is good. That's all I can say.
I've been doing very well, except the Jets' top-tier pass rusher is going to miss the year with a torn Achilles. Yankees doing very well. Jets doing solid in training camp. Obviously beat the Giants. Alex will, at the time, debut his Jets with my Jets jersey.
You give me a second here.
Alex's the biggest clown out of this. I mean, he was the one trash talking the entire time, even on stream. So it's called payback.
Yeah, I'm gonna fix my camera for a second, plus some background noise. Luca, if you mind taking over just a little bit, like Yankees, whatever, to start the program.
Well, Luca, I'll ask you this because I literally just got home like 10 minutes ago. What's going on with the Yankee game? Can you do a little recap?
It is 6-0 Yankees, top of the fourth. Nestor Cortez is currently, I think, throwing a no-hitter. Josh Donaldson is at the plate as a 3-1 count. As I said, top of the fourth. Aaron Judge hit a 2-run home run. Luke Voigt hit a 2-run single. And I believe also Gardner got a 2-run single of some sort. So, Yankees putting runs together, pitching doing well.
Good.
As Don,
currently in the NFL right now.
Sorry, 2 preseason games.
2 games on tonight, one on ESPN, one on NFL Network. Last night, the Patriots shut out the Eagles 35-0 in a hilarious game to watch, even though I didn't even get to watch it, really. I watched the replay. In Washington, it is no score with 13:22 left in the first. And in Arizona, it is the Chiefs and the Cardinals, where there's no score, 14:22 left in the first. Tomorrow, a lot of games. The Bears will host the Bills. Mitchell Trubisky will start for the Bills, so it's a revenge game. 4:25, Jets-Packers from Green Bay. 7 p.m., Ravens-Panthers. 7 p.m., Falcons-Dolphins. 7:30 p.m., Titans-Bucks. There's a little bit of hatred right now because they got into a big fight, including AB, but that's AB for you.
Yep.
Steelers-Lions, 7:30 tomorrow. That'll be on NFL Network. Colts-Vikings from Minnesota, 8 p.m. Battle of Texas at 8 p.m. in Dallas between the Texans and the Cowboys, where they have said Dak Prescott will not play this preseason, most likely. Raiders go to L.A. for a game against the Rams at 10 p.m. And then also at 10 p.m. will be the Super Bowl 43 rematch. I believe it's 43. Broncos-Seahawks. Sunday, we got a doubleheader. 1 p.m., Alex's crappy Giants against the overrated Cleveland Browns. And then primetime Sunday night, 7:30, will be the Niners and Chargers. And then Monday to conclude, it'll be Trevor Lawrence heading to the Bayou to face the New Orleans Saints. So, exciting week of football.
Yep.
And, of course, as I mentioned before, the Eagles got shut out in one of the more hilarious fashions yesterday.
Yep, I agree with you there. So, Sean, what do you have to say about the Yankees so far? As in,
I'm excited.
How do you take their hot streak? Are you jumping the gun on anything? Are you?
I'll say this. I'm treating it just like it's football. One game at a time. Or I should, no, that's a little much. one series at a time. I said coming out of the All-Star break, they need to win every series. They haven't quite done that, but they've come pretty damn close. I'm excited.
You also got the help of the Red Sox in free fall.
Yes.
And so the Athletics.
Yes. But don't think ahead of yourself just yet. I'm happy they're winning. I really am. But we cannot, we got to get to the postseason before we can talk World Series. Look, I saw, one of your posts on one of the Yankee group things we have on Facebook about, the hype train and everything. And a lot of people didn't seem very happy with you.
Well, I'll explain in a second.
I read all of it, but yeah, explain to everyone watching here tonight as Alex continues to struggle with whatever he's doing.
Well, it's not so much. I wasn't on the hype train part of it. It's just that, Don Greca slammed Yankee fans. He called Yankee fans into question today by saying, what do you think of Yankee fans? What do you think of Brian Cashman now? And you know what? Here's what I say. You can give Cashman his props. I completely agree with the acquisitions of Anthony Rizzo and Joey Gallo. Rizzo being my favorite out of all main three acquisitions of Heaney, Rizzo, and Joey Gallo. Gallo's, he is who he is, and Heaney's just an innings eater, even though he's very inconsistent so far. My thing is, with Simon Cash being consistent and all, it's like, great, you got these acquisitions, your team is playing better. I completely agree. It's just the point that Cashman put himself in this position. You look at the roster construction before the season even started, even when the season started, it was terrible. The lefty, it was a righty imbalance, too many righties, and it's been the same thing for the last 2 years with the righty imbalance. And it took like 2 years to address that. Come on. And we sure definitely, one thing I think we missed the deadline, even though I'm not really going to complain, is we need somebody at the back end of the bullpen. Zach Britton hasn't. I don't trust Zach Britton. I don't trust Willis Chapman.
Even Chapman, you can't be too careful with Chapman.
Chad Green, he can not be trustworthy at some times. I mean, Loaizaga has been fine. Wandy Peralta's been fine since he came back. But just honestly, that part of the bullpen is what's going to scare me from them being contenders.
Yeah. It's you're 1,000% right. It doesn't matter. And if you've noticed, you can't even say, well, the Yankees are doing good. There's no reason to worry because almost every win they've nearly blown.
Right.
There's so many games.
Like unless it's like the Twins right now.
But, aside from the Twins, almost every game I think that they've played, they've struggled to get to the finish line. They'll play great the first 8 innings, or in the Red Sox case, first 6 innings, and they'll struggle in the last. So, that can only go on for so long. That's the problem.
Right, and I agree with you 100%. And it's also to the fact that sometimes this lineup can be actually hit or miss. They have their good days, they have their bad days, just like any other team. But do you worry about that heading into the playoffs?
How you doing?
How you doing, Tudo? But, Sean, is that something you worry about?
I'm worried. It's definitely something to worry about. Britton has not been, Britton asked to be taken out of the closer's role. Is that not concerning to anybody? That should be. Because Britton is supposed to be better than 95% of the closers we have. This is our 8th inning guy. What do we do if Chapman, let's say we're in the ALCS and Chapman's pitched the first 4 straight games. You can't have him pitch 5 in a row. Unless you throw in 3 pitch innings every game. You need that backup closer, and Britton, he's not it right now, and that's something I'd be worried about.
And that's what I said. I said maybe pick up a bullpen acquisition at the deadline. But, Sean, as I also mentioned, I think you missed my point. Sometimes this lineup can be hit or miss. They can score like 6.
I agree with you. That's the problem. They're still home run or bust. The problem is they're on the hot streak where it's all home runs. So
I don't think it's really been all home runs. But Aaron Judge has been hitting well. Giancarlo Stanton's been hitting well.
It's just a matter of consistency.
Right.
And I've said this before. you know, it doesn't, it doesn't matter how good their hot streak is right now. It's not going to mean anything if they finish on a cold streak.
Right.
So they need consistency. We said this earlier in the year about Gary Sanchez. Everybody hopped on his hype train when he went on a hot streak, similar to the Yankees' run right now. Everybody jumped on his hot streak. Where is he now? Yeah, I get he's out right now, but when he was playing,
Oh, he's playing. He's playing.
Oh, he is playing now. I didn't realize he. What did he come back yesterday?
Yesterday, or the day before.
Okay, I did not see yesterday's game, so I apologize there. No, but he hasn't shown consistency. He had one hot streak this year. He had one home run opening day, and everybody's screaming World Series.
I think it was like 2 home runs in the first 2 games or something, but still, that's going to be a major decision for the Yankees going forward. And I was getting to disagreements with people on Facebook, as Sean just mentioned. Somebody's like, "Oh, you know what? Boone's a good manager. I like Boone." I'm like,
Yeah.
What
quality makes him a good?
him?
What? Okay, let's be real for a second, Luca. What is one quality that makes him good?
Supposedly he can connect with the players, and he's not a military general when it comes to discipline.
That's not a good thing.
I know I was being sarcastic.
No, I know. I'm just saying. Yeah, that's the problem. There's not much good that comes with him. I mean, he's all analytics. He can't manage a bullpen. He's more worried about, the third time through the order and all this other nonsense. That
he just doesn't have a feel for the game, in my opinion. I mentioned that, and somebody's like, "Yeah, you'll see." I'm like, Sean.
It's like we have seen. What we've seen it for 3 years now. We haven't gotten anywhere close to a World Series.
And Pete Simonetti and me and Alex were discussing this last week, and I'm pretty sure you're going to have the same answer I do. Are you winning a championship with Aaron Boone at the helm?
Oh, and if they do, it's not going to be because of Boone.
No, I
said that before.
Manager.
If they win the World Series, don't give Boone credit. Boone, if it wasn't for Boone, maybe we wouldn't be in this situation. We shouldn't be in this situation. We should be way ahead of Tampa Bay right now.
With all the games we've won, yeah.
What do we, off the top of your head, even if it's just what have we blown, like 10 games this year?
We've actually lost 18 leads past the 8th inning this year.
Okay. All right, hold on. Let me pull up their record because that's already proving
Yankees' record is 70-52.
70-52. So subtract 18 from the loss column, add 18 in the win column. I don't have it there. Where's my calculator?
If you add 18 in the win column, that's 88 wins.
88 wins, and
they'd be the best in baseball. I mean, obviously, you're going to blow some.
That would give them 34 losses on the year.
I mean, obviously, you're not going to win every winnable game. You're going to blow some games. That's just going to happen. But the amount of the blown leads, they should be at least at first place with the Rays, or at least somewhere close. Not like 5 games.
Right.
And let's be honest, Sean. I mean, I don't like to be the Debbie Downer because I think very optimistically. Where are the Yankees right now if Boston's still playing as well as they did?
Second wild card. That's still not a good spot to be in because
you got to
go to and if you got to go to Boston or Tampa Bay, if you got to go to Tampa Bay, it's going to be a neutral field basically because it's going to be half Yankee fans. I think we all know that. But if you got to go to Boston for a 1-game playoff, count yourself out. Just do it. Why get optimistic? Fitzpatrick, wow, how do you get that off? No score in Washington, Bengals.
Were you watching it on TV or something?
I'm watching I'm not downstairs tonight because I got home late and I didn't have I wanted to eat dinner, so I really didn't have the energy to bring everything down. So that's why I'm upstairs tonight. I was feeling really lazy today because I had a long day of work.
Right. I mean, do you really? I mean, it's funny and all that Boston's free falling. They're now 1.5 games behind us in the division. But where are the Yankees if Boston doesn't free fall?
Now, the saying mostly comes from football, but it's really accurate to the Yankees situation right now. if you got to rely on another team to get into the postseason, you've done something wrong.
Right.
That's just facts. I mean, you could look Giants last year with the Eagles. You have the Steelers in so many scenarios that got screwed
in
over.
2015, except they got lucky there because Fitzpatrick doesn't know how to throw a football.
Yeah. Well, okay. Yeah. So Jets 2015. You're right.
Jets. Steelers.
No, I'm talking in terms of failed.
Oh.
I'm talking. So I look at 2012 Steelers, 2013 Steelers, 2018 Steelers, 2019 Steelers. I've seen it more than anybody else. At least compared to you guys. And that's not trying to be disrespectful because it's more of a diss against my team. But, if you're relying on other teams to get yourself to the postseason, something's not right. That's just facts. There's no other way of looking at it.
I mean, at one time, Sean, Yankee fans were looking back and they were like, wow, we're in fourth place. And then everybody was like, oh.
Everybody wanted them to sell.
Oh yeah, there was multiple, and then you had the optimists like, you know what, we're gonna get through this. This is gonna be a tough stretch. Some people were the deadline.
Again, the way I go into every series, first off, if you're going into the season, you're talking Super Bowl or even playoffs for that matter, you're thinking way too far ahead.
Right, you got to get there first.
Luca, you should know as a Jets fan, and I should know. Just basing off of football, you got to go 1 week at a time. In baseball, It's one series at a time. If you're already looking, I don't know, who the hell do we play after Minnesota?
I gotta do that. The Yankees.
Is it? It's not Tampa. I know they don't play them until the final week of the year. Is it Toronto?
I'm gonna check right now. It is the Atlanta Braves for 2 in Atlanta.
Okay. Yeah, that's a big series.
Of the AL, not the AL, the NL.
Yeah, that's a big series right there. I mean, Atlanta doesn't have the greatest record, but if you're already looking at that series before you finish the Twins series, you got a problem. If you're already looking at postseason, you got a problem. You got to take it one step at a time.
And don't conservatively manage this series because you're going to screw yourself up. And you know what comes after the Braves, Sean? We got the Oakland Athletics in Oakland.
That's a huge series.
Now,
the way the Yankees need to look at every series they go into. I said it at the start of the All-Star, as soon as the All-Star break ended. Win every series. I considering the situation we're in, it's hard for me to say this, but at the beginning of the year, the way you look at every series is you go in. If it's a 3-game series, you got to win at least 2.
Right.
Okay? If it's a 4-game series, you got to win 3. No splits. That's a failed series if you split. Win every series. If you want to play conservative, win the first 2 games. Then you can play a conservative all you want. But you know what? Even then, I don't believe in playing conservative unless you've clinched your postseason spot. That's
as I say, the more you lose, the more ground you have to make up.
Exactly. So, again, one series at a time. If we can win the series against the Twins, success. Then we got to go to Oakland. If we win the series in Oakland, success.
Well, first the Braves, Sean. The Braves.
That's right. Atlanta and then Oakland.
And
Atlanta's
then the Angels.
Yes.
Out west. And then after that, it's the Orioles and Jays at home.
Right. So, are the Yankees going to Toronto, before the season's out?
Because at the end of the season, end of September.
Because I know that's going to be a playoff type of atmosphere because Toronto's chasing us. They ain't too far behind either. They're catching up. They're gaining ground. Toronto's another team you can't sleep on. No team to sleep on. I don't care if it's the Orioles. I don't care if it's the Tigers. I don't care if it's the Dodgers.
They'll let alone play for pride and for themselves, which is good. You don't want to tank as the Orioles and Tigers. I'm not going to say anything about tanking because
we've already gotten into that discussion.
Yeah, we've already gotten into that discussion. But I was looking at the comments of this one video I was watching. I'm going to get to it in a little bit once Alex comes back because I have to do some clipping and all. But people are like, oh, how could Yankees fans be so down on this team? Back then, people were telling people, Yankee fans were like, sell, sell, sell. And these are Yankee fans quoting.
Oh, I know.
Fans. Like, wouldn't you be in that position too? I mean, like I kind of find that frustrating.
need to
Like
look
don't
in the
like some
mirror.
people are frauds. Don't act like you believe the whole way through because
No.
because most of the
You
Yankee
kidding
fans
me?
are like
The season was over. The season was over after opening day. That's how Yankee fans work. Every year they start slow. And I've said this so many times. April baseball has never been a Yankee strong suit. But meanwhile, they'll start 9-9 like they did in 2018 or whatever, and people were freaking out because the season's over because they're struggling. Really?
Yeah, this is.
Give me a break.
I mean, You're talking about the beginning of April. I'm talking about making our.
I know you are. I'm just using that as an example.
I know. I'm saying in August and September, this is where Major League Baseball teams make their bones for the playoffs. You look at the Mets, you look at the Phillies, you look at the Athletics, you look at the Red Sox. They're all in free fall right now. They might not even make it to the postseason. You look at the NL East. There's only one playoff team making it out of there because the two wild card teams, I'm pretty sure, are going to be left. It's either going to be the Padres, Giants, or Dodgers. Whoever's it's
probably going to be a Dodger Padre wild card game because I think all the NL East teams outside the division leader is at least 4 or 5.5 back easily.
Okay. Dodgers. All right, I actually have it up right now, so you don't have to worry.
I'm already on.
In the National League are the Dodgers and the Padres, while the Reds trail by a game. I'm surprised. I'm really impressed with the Reds this year.
Yeah, they're surprising me. I expect them to be like a 500 team. Yeah, I'm looking. Actually, I didn't realize the Braves have a 4-game lead in the East now.
That's probably the strongest lead anybody's had in that division.
Yeah, that division. The Phillies have lost 7 of their last 10. The Mets have lost 6 of their last 10. Washington and Miami are already out of it, basically.
Yeah. I really thought Washington would come back this year, but I guess.
Yeah, me too.
They sold off.
Yeah. But no, that division definitely is way. I truly thought at the beginning of the year that was going to be the second best division behind the NL West. Although I can't imagine anybody saw San Francisco doing what they were doing this year. They're the San Francisco's underdog of the year right now, and they're still being slept on. They shouldn't be.
And I'm going to ask you this because this is another Yankees question. What did you think about what Luke Voigt said that he wants more playing time?
I would too. I feel bad for Luke Voigt. He's earned this position. He took this position away from Greg Bird. He earned it. So
really him and Tyler Austin, really.
Him and Austin, but mostly Voigt. So I'd be upset too if I were Voigt. So at this point, you want that. This is a good situation to be in my opinion. You want good, depth at all positions. Now, the way you solve this problem, it's a very easy fix, but not with the Yankees. Put Stanton in left field and have Voigt or Rizzo DH, preferably Voigt DH.
Right.
I don't know. Who would your center fielder be?
Joey Gallo.
Joey Gallo, thank you. I couldn't think of him off the top of my head.
Stanton, Gallo, Judge. Then first to third, it would be Rizzo.
Urshela. Oh, first to third. Yeah, go ahead.
First to third, it's Rizzo, LeMahieu, Torres, and
Urshela.
As you said, Urshela, Sanchez catching behind the plate.
And Voigt can DH. But the Yankees, oh my God, how many months in the season we can't put Stanton in the outfield? It's pathetic. Now, another thing I wanted to ask you about, I think it was Alex I asked yesterday. I figure I'll ask you. At this point in the season, Severino should have been back 2 months ago. Should he just call it quits on this season?
And might as well. I mean,
because at this point, he's only hurting the team by trying. Because if you put him in a
drive to left center, I'm sorry to interrupt. That ball is going to the wall, and that's a ground rule double. 1 run will score, and the Yankees are up 7-0. Voigt with a double. As he proves your point, he deserves that role.
But my question to you is, does bringing Severino back really help the pitching? Because he's got to be on a pitcher's limit. There's no way he can go more than 50, 60 pitches within his first couple weeks back. And then you're going to throw him into a playoff role when he, 2 months into his season. You can't tell me that's good for Severino. It'd kill his, you already destroyed DB Garcia. So, why are you going to, He's either better off staying in the minors, trying to get a rhythm, have him perform in the fall Arizona Fall League, because I believe that is indeed coming back.
Okay.
Have him try to stay in shape for the offseason, because he's having setback after setback. What's this? By the time he comes back, it's possibly postseason time. Hopefully, it is. I just don't see bringing Severino back as a plus. I don't think so. It sounds more like a minus to me.
I agree with you there. And my point is, we were talking about it last week with Pete Simonetti, and we were talking about how Britain was bad and whatnot, and how we said you have to use your best in these months. You have to use your best pitchers, and you have to use them at their best. You can't afford to use like a Luis Severino in like a 1-run game. Let's say he comes in relief. You have to use him at his best, and I don't think he's going to be at his best.
There's no way.
In over a year.
He's been banged up. He hasn't pitched since what, 2018? 2019?
2019. Alex is still in the background noise, but I don't believe Severino's coming back this year. Unfortunately, they keep hanging me. It's pointless. It's pointless.
It's really, like I said, he's better off either staying in, whether he stays in Tampa, anywhere in the minors. Even if it's AAA or even AA, whatever, wherever you put him, he's better off in the minors where he can get some reps. He doesn't have to be on a strict schedule. He can pitch whenever the hell they want him to pitch. He can perform in the Arizona Fall League, have him pitch in, maybe a Dominican Winter League, Serie del Caribe down in, January when that gets going. There's no sense in pushing him because
just get him ready. All I ask is get him ready for spring training next year, because I'm sure as hell he will be competing for a roster, not a roster spot, but a starting pitching spot.
Yeah, because you look next year, you're going to have Cole, who's already solidified, Tyone, Kluber.
Kluber's a free agent, Sean.
Oh, Kluber is a free. Okay, so we'll see about that then.
I don't think you should bring Kluber back, but anyways.
Luis Gill's going to be fighting for a spot now. He's going to want it because he's earned it right now.
Very well. He reminds me a lot of Luis Severino dating back to 2015.
Yeah, he does. Now, if Severino, isn't ready and they bring him back, let's say hypothetically he does come back, let's say September. Best thing they can do with him is pitch where he's pitched at his best, and that's the bullpen. I know it's been many years since he's pitched in the pen, but if you remember, when he was struggling on the mound, starting games, he was way – I said it. I'm not even taking it back. I said when he was struggling on the mound, he should have stayed in the bullpen. You know what? I'm happy he's a good starter, but if he can't stay on the field, maybe he's better off in the pen. Maybe he's better off in a Chad Green style role or something like that, because if he can't stay on the field, what's the sense?
Right. I mean, who we have next year? We got Montgomery, we got Tyone, we got Cole, Severino, and Herman or Gil.
Gil.
That's ideally your rotation.
Yeah. So, like I said, if Severino were to come back this year, if the Yankees really desperately want him back, keep him in the pen. Put him in it. Like I said, he's either like a Chad Green or a Jonathan Loaizaga. That's where he's best at right now, because you're not going to get a whole lot of pitches out of him. It takes a month to get pitchers ready.
Right.
But, spring training is a month and a half for a reason, because it takes pitchers a long time to get ready. If he had come back in June, I would have said, fine, let him pitch in the postseason if he's still got his stuff.
Right.
But he hasn't pitched since what, spring training 2019?
I don't remember. Spring training 2020, because that's when he was out for the year. He was supposed to come back this year.
Whatever it was. He's got so many injuries. I don't even know when the hell it was he last pitched a full season. But, no, I'm just saying, if you really want to bring him back, put him in the pen. That's where you're better off.
And the question is, Sean, how long? What are you going to use him for? Are you going to try to give him length? Or are you going to need him to?
I say
in terms of 2 innings, give him like 4-inning assignments, whatever.
I say he's best to bring in if it's a tie game, you use him for extras. You could use him middle innings. Maybe if Chapman or Britton can't fix their problems, you set him up as a 7th or 8th inning guy, maybe even the 9th if he can learn to close. I say he's best off as a middle reliever or an extra innings pitcher.
And my thing is, I'm going to say this again. It's like you're mentioning all the stuff that the situation that Severino's not used to. And you don't want to throw Severino randomly
Exactly.
in the situation. And that's making our point in our bones.
That's why he's better. Like I said,
back.
He's better off in the minors. I'm sorry. I love Severino. I seen him pitch in Scranton before, he became a Yankee. He's one of my favorites. But you know what? Realism is realism. And I don't think he's ready for this year. I don't see a reason for him to come back. Not this year. Anyway, get healthy. Even if he sat out the rest of the regular season, get healthy, get yourself in shape, go to the Arizona Fall League. I believe that starts in October. So that gives him a couple of months to – let me see if it's actually still going first. Get yourself ready, get yourself in some off-season leagues, and, get yourself in shape because that seems to be the problem right now.
Right. And what I understand this is I know it's a little premature for off season, but what would you say is the main needs for the Yankees?
Real quickly, it returns October 13th. So that's 2 months, correct?
Yeah.
If I can count, I don't remember. I'm freaking exhausted. Yeah, October 13th. So you either wrap up his season or let him pitch in the minors, get him a couple of spot starts here and there, and then just relax, get yourself going in the Fall League. That's all. And again, I think that's the best decision. That's best for the team, and it's best for him. So at least we can get him back next year, and hopefully he can pitch many, many innings next year.
Right. I agree with you 100%. And somebody commented, because I was talking about the whole Cashman thing, somebody says, I still believe the Yankees have to make the World Series to maintain jobs in the organization. Sean, how do you feel about that? Do you think the Yankees need to go to the World Series to maintain certain jobs?
I believe so. I don't know if Cashman will go because Cashman made some really big game-changing moves with Rizzo. Okay, I can't really speak for the Heaney trade and the Gallo trade, but Gallo's – I'm not on the Gallo train, by the way. Call me a negative Yankee fan all you want. He's hit a couple home runs, and that's about it. I want more. That's that. We'll get into
Sean,
that.
I know what you're feeling right now. You wish he can do more, but he can't because I'm not saying he's limited as a player. He's a great player. He can field. He can hit for power. He can draw walks, but he strikes out a lot and he doesn't hit with runners in scoring position.
There's your problem. The strikeouts are one thing, but if you can't hit with runners in scoring position, that's where you lose me. I could care less how many strikeouts he gets. I don't like strikeouts. I don't think they're good, but you know what? If you can get a lot of hits, so be it. But that batting average is not proving to me – excuse me, sorry. That's not proving to me that he's a quality player. Right. It's just not. I'm sorry, I just got sidetracked. Oh, now I remember your question. Boone, I think if the Yankees don't win a World Series, Boone has to go. He's got to go. I'm sorry. Even if they do win the World Series, let him go. He's not your guy. He hasn't been for the entire 3 years. Cashman, again, I'll be honest. I'd be open for a fresh start with a new GM. We've had Cashman for such a long time. I've questioned a lot of his trades, especially with the bullpen. So,
Cashman, that way. You think we needed that?
Yeah. So, for a bunch of, as you call them, reclamation projects, I think if I'm remembering that correctly.
Yep, that's what I said. I mean, Claymore has been a solid addition.
Rodriguez has done okay.
But still.
Rodriguez has done all right, too. But
okay.
I think it's time for a new start. If you're going to get a new manager, you might as well get a new GM. Start fresh with the front office. Wow, Fitzpatrick's still in there.
It's not such a bad idea. And you know what? You know what's going to be really funny? This offseason, let's just say whoever's out there, and the Yankees will kick and scream. Yankee fans will kick and scream for all these different names. Oh, I want this guy. I want that guy. It's going to be they're not going to get him. They're not going to go over the luxury tax, and then Yankees fans will bitch and moan and say fire Cashman. And then I'll be like, yeah, why didn't you fire Cashman months ago?
And tell me if you've picked up on this trend real quickly. It's 3-0 Bengals at Washington. I believe it's Luca. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe it's 3-0 Kansas City over Arizona.
I haven't really checked, but okay.
One thing I've picked up on over the last 2 years, Cashman, I've noticed he's cracked under the pressure from the media and the fans. What do I mean by that? Last year, everybody wanted Cole. And I don't know. I know Cole was on their radar. They got him. But was Gallo someone that, if it wasn't for the fans, would the Yankees really be looking at Joey Gallo? I feel like the Yankees fans kind of said, we want Gallo, and he bought into it. And that's the thing. If you're letting the fans run your franchise, forget it. You might as well call us, the Pittsburgh Pirates.
I don't think he's like Mets. The Mets, past Mets, used to do that. They do whatever the fans want. But anyway, not the point. It's like Pete Simonetti. I'm gonna reference him a lot tonight. He said last week Gallo would have not made a difference alone. You need Gallo. If you're gonna get Gallo, you need to get someone who offsets his negatives.
Yeah,
Rizzo's a contact.
Rizzo's that guy.
He hits opposite field. He has power. He walks. He hits opposite field. As I said, he's also a good first baseman. He's a better fielder than Voit. But you're not going to have Gallo make an impact alone when you have so many all or nothing guys. I don't think Judge really is an all or nothing guy anymore. He's in 287.
No, Judge is who I don't know how you can't be impressed with Judge. He's been doing it all. Base hits, home runs, you name it. Judge is an example of what the Yankees need to be.
And he's stealing bases too, which is.
And he's stealing bases. And he's not even a speed threat. He's not even a speed threat, and he can steal bases. He's a phenomenal all-around player.
Yeah, he's like one of those 5'2" guys. He has a glove. He can hit for power. He can get on base. He can work the count. But as I said, it's not like Gallo would have made an impact alone. You would have to get
if
somebody
Gallo
else.
was on the team, if it was just Gallo, forget it. We'd be the same Yankees from the first half. I think Rizzo's had that big of an impact. I mean, yeah, maybe not so much when he was out, but would they have won those games without Rizzo?
I doubt it, because remember, the offense in Miami wasn't too good either. They only scored – the last game, it took them a while to score runs.
Yeah, it did.
It came back late in the eighth inning. I mean, I like the idea of manufacturing runs and all, but it's all or nothing. It's just like I'm tired of that approach.
Exactly. It's frustrating. So, again, you know what? I say yes. If they don't win the World Series, they need to restart. And even if they do win the World Series, I think it's time for a reset with front office, and at the manager's position. That's what I say. Real quickly, Luca, update on the Yankee game, please.
It's 7-0, I believe, and Cortez is throwing 5 shutout innings.
Okay, good.
And there's also going to be many decisions you have to make in the offseason. Are you going to let – and Pete Simonetti said it best. Cashman has his favorites.
Yeah.
Torres is a favorite. Sanchez is a favorite. This guy is a favorite. That guy, whoever.
I'll be honest. I don't really want Sanchez back.
I don't either. He's really shown me nothing.
He's not proven to me that he's worthy of being the starting catcher. I mean, then again, too, people say, well, what do you think? Higashioka's the answer? Not really. I mean, yeah, he's he's had some big hits this year, but look at his batting average. It's much worse. We need a,
catcher position's going to be a need for the Yankees when it comes
they need a new catcher, but as you just said before, Cashman has his favorites. Sanchez ain't going nowhere. I wouldn't be surprised if they give him a big friggin' contract. Torres is another one. Torres has not been the same player these last 2 years.
Right.
And they're not going to get rid of him because they're afraid, just like Sanchez, they go somewhere else, they'll ball out. That's all. That's the problem. He's not going to do it. And I'm sorry. Like I said, I won't speak for Torres just yet because Torres has been Torres is, at least has proven that he knows how to play baseball this year. His defense, not so much, but when it comes to his offense, he's done all right. But when it comes to Sanchez, he has not proven to me he belongs on this team. Nothing bothers me more. You've probably mentioned that. You've probably heard me mention this before. I used to be a catcher, so I would know. With this when he gets on one knee to catch, he costs the team runs that way. When he gets in that position, that's called being lazy. If you can't get on both your knees,
Sean,
go ahead.
Sean, I'm sorry to interrupt, but that's more that the catching coach told him to do that. That's Tanner Swanson.
Yeah. Well, you gotta, sometimes you gotta say, look, bro, that's not no. How am I supposed to get the ball if my leg is aiming that way and the ball goes that way? I'll tear my damn ACL.
It's all about a frame job. It's all about framing pitches.
You can't frame a pitch when it's 30 feet to the right.
Oh, I agree with you 100%. I'm just trying to provide why.
I know. It's not right. You can't tell me that that's smart. You can't. And again, I'm a catcher, so well, not now. I used to be a catcher. I would know. I always got yelled at if I got on a knee. You stay on your feet. The ball gets away. You can't get up when you're basically sitting down. Fast enough. You get to the ball faster if you're on your feet. Sanchez, I'm sorry. I want a new catcher. I really do. Whether it's someone in the farm we give a chance, whether it's we go out and get someone. I'm done with Sanchez. Unless he goes on a friggin' tear to the point where he turns his batting average with 310 by the end of the year, I don't want him back.
Don't make any bets on that, Sean. Alex,
I'm not. I don't plan on it.
You were saying, Luca?
I said I was letting you talk.
Oh. In that case, I apologize for missing the last, seems like half hour, actually. I'm not lying when I say that. It's probably more than a half hour.
42 minutes.
Something like that.
That says it
Real
right
quickly,
there.
before I get into my Yankee stuff, because I know I've been texting through the chat. Sean was right. I did a little too much trash talking for the preseason. And me and Luca were trash talking, and we did a bet. You got to wear your opposite jersey if your team loses. Giants lost, so I have this right here.
Come on,
Which
Alex,
jersey is that?
It's Nick Mangold. I'm a 60-minute man. You pay your bets. You don't wuss out. So, unfortunately, I have to put this shit on. So,
yeah, this is why I don't take bets.
Well, listen, look, as long as it's not money related.
Again, I won't do bets.
This it feels like shit to wear, but you know what? You have to make up for the bet. Luca, real quickly, and I know you've been speaking a lot during this podcast. You want to tell Sean, and I'll actually just headline it like this. In terms of the whole situation right now, I'm keeping my mouth shut. I'll have my complaints, but also I'll acknowledge the fact that the Yankees are doing good. But I'm not going to say, "Oh, World Series, season's on."
I said it before.
They
one
have.
Series at
I'm
a time.
sorry, what was it, like a 1-game lead in the wild card spot? Okay, 1.5. According to ESPN, it's 1. But they have a 1-game lead. I'm not going to say anything.
There's
I'm
a whole
not.
month to go.
Just like we were talking,
you're right.
when people were talking about, we're 1 game out. Now we're 1 game in, but things can still happen.
Yeah, they
I'm
can go on
not
a
going
cold
to talk as World Series. And then there's people obviously on Twitter, and I always give the fan perspective on this podcast and on my channel. By the way, guys, if you haven't already checked out Big Blue in the Bronx podcast, episode 96 just released this morning after several hundred hours of just converting the video files and stuff like that. Did a podcast. It's about an hour and a half long. It's probably the longest I've ever done it. But with that being said, I had Rod from the Browns Blitz podcast on. Very nice talk we had. Obviously, we'll go over stuff later, what happened in the joint practice today. But in terms of the Yankees, there's Yankee fans on Twitter just saying, "Oh, well, you're turning your back on the franchise. You're turning your back on the fan base," because a lot of people are being optimists.
Yeah.
They're not saying, let's go to the World Series. We're going to the World Series. We'll see what happens. Honestly, and I've said this before, I'll say it again, I did not watch the Red Sox series because I was on vacation. Not as, you didn't want to watch the Yankees. Every time I'm home, I would like to watch the Yankees. Same thing with the Giants. Same thing with the Knicks and all these other teams I root for. So, and you know what? If you want to call, and I know people have, said this about other content creators, if you want to call the Yankees a side team for me, just ask these two. What did I hate a couple of years ago?
Football.
And what was I always talking about in the offseason?
Who said the Yankees were a side team for you?
No. I'm just saying.
He's making a point. He's making a point.
I'm making a point. What would I always say?
His obsession was baseball. How about them Yanks?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Luke always used to mock me. How about them Yanks?
Me and Luca be over here having a nice football conversation. Here comes Alex talking Yankee baseball.
Yeah. So, just saying, if anyone wants to make that point, whatever, go ahead.
Alex, I'm going to stop my camera for a sec. I'm going to still talk as I'm recording something real quick.
Okay. So I'm honestly, I'm stationary right now. The Yankees are doing good. They're on a 7-game win streak, headed to 8 if they complete this game. Some of their wins against good teams have been on the edge, on the cusp of losing. But once again, we'll see what happens. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, well, this, that, and the other thing. No, because a lot of this is a problem. A lot of the fan base, and maybe same a little bit can be said for Giants fans. A lot of the fan base goes out there, says in these winning streaks, we're going to the World Series. And if we don't go to the World Series, we don't make the playoffs, something happens. I'm not saying that I want to be right about this. The fans will say, okay, let's fire Brian Cashman.
Alex, remember something. I said to Luca before, remember, the season was over after opening day. Remember that. After the opening series, I should say, when they lost to Toronto, forget it. Yankee fans were flipping out. They were furious. The season was over. So if the season's over after opening weekend, why are Yankee fans getting excited? You said the season was over, so it was over.
I will admit that I said the season was somewhat over during the trade deadline or around that area when they were, just not doing.
There's nothing wrong. There's nothing. We're not like those people that would rather be right than have our team succeed. We'll admit when we're wrong. I said it myself. I didn't think this team was making the postseason. I really didn't. And you could go back on our episodes to prove it. None of us did. We hope we're proven wrong. But that doesn't mean we're going to go out here and start saying, oh, we're going to win the World Series. This is the team. No. One series at a time. I said it to Luca. You got to win your series. You can't win the series. You can't make the postseason. You can't win a World Series. You got to take it one step at a time. If you're not doing that, then you're gonna get your heart broken every time. That's like Luka and all 70 of his failed quarterbacks. If you keep getting hope and you keep thinking they're the guy, well, you're just gonna keep getting your heart broken.
That's why I said, I shut my mouth. Obviously, Luka's getting all the hate on Facebook and the boys in the Big Apple Twitter and all this stuff. And obviously, once again, Don LaGreca being a hypocrite. I knew that some.
I'm pulling up right now, Alex. Just okay. You can
I knew that some, and obviously Luke was going to include it because I think he's going to send it to my email or something like that. I knew that something was going to flip there, and he wasn't going to stay on that. You say, "Oh, what do you think of Cashman now?" You were ripping the manager just a few short weeks ago. I mean, how many times in our conversation did Pete Simonetti mention, "Oh, Don LaGreca said this"? I mean, seriously. So. That's why I'm stationary, because what I would like to be proven wrong, but I'm not going to say something stupid and then just go out and be like, well, I didn't say this. No. But, once again, we like eating our crow, especially, well, actually, no, I don't like eating my crow about this. This is unfortunately.
Alex, are you one of those Giants fans or one of those fans in general who just hate being wrong?
I don't.
Basically, he's saying, would you, rather be right than have your team
I'd rather
succeed?
be wrong about my team if I'm saying something positive or saying something negative than be wrong about that. That obviously happens with the Giants in a multitude of ways, possibly, whatever it may be. We'll talk about the Giants. Obviously, a lot of things going on later.
I do want to, before we get into everything going on this week, I'd like to look back at every game from last weekend. Quickly give it
absolutely about the preseason. Yeah.
So
I
actually want to transition
about that. But I do want to hold that.
I still want to continue on the MLB discussion.
No, of course.
Obviously,
I want to continue on that a little bit more. Sean,
no, I'm just saying for later. That's all.
No, I understand. I have a little bit of a segment about that. Sean, obviously, you love talking about this.
That ball is I'm sorry. That ball is crushed. That ball is gone. Nestor Cortez has given up a 2-run home run to Donaldson. 7-2.
Season's over. He gave up a home run. Season's over.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Alex. You know I usually don't do that.
Yeah.
And it's Alex. Nobody cares. He's wearing a damn Jets jersey, for God's sake.
Anyway, Sean, obviously, you're a big proponent of this. Somewhat, obviously, before, and obviously they never implemented it. So tell us about that salary minimum.
Okay. This was, hang on, let me pull it up real quick. MLB on Fox brought this up. Of course, going to run slow at the worst time. So I'll read the headline and then I shall break it down. If I can find it. Here it is. MLB set to get... Oh, wait, no, that's... Okay, all right. This is newsworthy, by the way. MLB is giving the exclusive trading card license to Fanatics. I'm not very happy about that.
No, I'm not either.
Okay, here it is. Per Ken Rosenthal. This is per sources, so obviously nothing is real, nothing's official. MLB proposes a salary minimum of $100 million funded by new tax on teams spending $180 million or more. Basically, the opposite of a salary cap, a salary minimum, which means teams, small market teams that can't afford, the same resources as, say, the Yankees, the Dodgers, the Red Sox, whoever, are now being forced to spend money to put out a competitive team. So here's how I look at this. You're adding worse quality on the field because now you're taking the small markets even more out of the equation for winning a World Series because they can't properly tank and rebuild. Now, again, we said before, we're all against tanking. We all have been. You're wearing the Jets jersey, Alex, so I think we should all be looking at you right now.
Alex.
You're the one who rooted for Gase to tank.
Anyway, MLB, I don't fault teams for tanking because they really have no other choice. I'll never root for my team to lose, but I also root for a big market team, so I would never have to, hopefully. Anyway, I think it takes the small market out of the equation because they can't properly rebuild, which means that just gives more success to the big market. And how's that fair to a Kansas City Royals? That's a perfect example. Just finished the World Series run a few years ago. Now they've been tanking for a couple years. They've got pieces now to where they could be good. Now you're telling them they have to spend money. So why? Alex, take that out of your thing because no, you need to face facts here.
Face it, Alex. Don't put "I lost the bet." You explain for yourself when somebody asks you that, okay?
Yeah. You're wearing a Jets jersey and you like it right now.
I do not like it.
Yeah. Anyway, no, I'm just saying they, it hurts the small market more than it helps. And you can't just say, oh, well, then add the salary cap. Nice keyboard. Because, how are you going to put a salary cap on, per se, the Yankees who have the second highest payroll? What are they supposed to do? Cut those guys? They still have to pay that. You can't trade it to somewhere. It's physically impossible to add a salary cap. Or you make the salary cap so high that it literally has no effect on the game. That's literally the only options you have. A salary minimum is not the answer. You can't tell me that is a good decision. Because, A, you're killing the small market. You're forcing fans to root for a New York or an LA or a Chicago when they shouldn't have to. If I live in Pittsburgh and I want to root for the Pirates, I should be allowed to. It don't matter how bad the Pirates are. The Pirates are one of the worst teams I've ever seen. But if you're forcing the Pirates fans to root for the Phillies, for example, because I consider Philadelphia a big market, that's kind of unfair. And that's not fair to those teams that actually want to succeed but have no other choice of winning. Perfect example, as I said, the Royals, the Reds are a good example. Those are two teams right off the bat I could come up with. Not yet. Just because the San Francisco Giants got away without tanking doesn't mean the other teams will. Like I said, the San Francisco Giants, that's the definition of what could be a team without a rebuild. No, that team ain't gonna last much longer. This is their one shot. I think after this year, there's no way they can come back to
which
this.
Which are past their primes.
Exactly. They're just succeeding right now. So it's good for, they're an example of short-term success. And that's not good for the small market.
Yeah.
So, go ahead.
And my point is you're just decreasing the level of competition. You think about it. Even in the free agency, you're not even allowing. You're going to have to get the small market teams to pay through the ass, and you're allowing the big market teams to keep paying these millions and millions and millions of dollars that they have. It's just you're decreasing the level of competition. You're not reeling the big teams in. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like big spending as a Yankees fan, but it's about, to me, who you're spending it on, what you're spending it on. Some small market teams have to go for 1-year contracts.
And again,
look at the Royals.
That's why you can't hate tanking. UT has said it best. You're an eating tree. Don't hate the teams. Don't hate the players. Hate the game.
Sport.
No, hate the game. This is what the game has become. There was a time and a place for a salary cap. They didn't do it. This is what you're gonna get. And I feel bad for the small market. I really do, because we've all taken trips to the Midwest and to the South, and we see they're diehard sports fans. I'll use an example: St. Louis. They're a small market team. Now they've been they've been able to succeed because they have a good development system. But if it wasn't for that, they're very loyal people. I've met, out in Missouri, I've seen Royals fans. They don't have a good team, but you know what? They're loyal to the very end. It's a shame. Like I said, the small market fans are, I hate to say it because I'm a Yankees fan. I don't want to go against my fan base, but small market fans are much more loyal than the big market.
Because small market fans, I think, get used to the level of spending. Like, if a small market team is going to go out and spend some big money, they're like, oh my God, wow. Yankees fans are like, well, that's casual. You know what? If the Yankees spend small money on such small acquisitions, they'll be bitching and moaning.
Yeah, exactly. You get a big name to come to a small town. You that's the talk of the town. That's the talk of the region. That's the talk of several states.
Right.
Right there. They show loyalty because they don't want much. They just want a good baseball team. If they can't get it, well, just, you root for them. They don't win. Oh, well, life goes on. Yankee fans, they lose one series and forget it. The world's going to end. I'll always respect the small market fans. I always will. Whether it's baseball, whether it's football. I can't really speak for basketball because I don't know enough and super teams.
You had living in small markets competing in the finals this year, Milwaukee and Phoenix. So were happy for both of them, for let alone competing, not just two big markets like Miami and LA the year prior.
Yeah.
Or the year prior, Raptors, Toronto, and Golden State. I like small market teams competing. It's fun.
When small market teams compete, it's better for the game. Particularly in baseball. Football, I really can't even say football because salary cap. They can,
right. You can maneuver.
They can, they'll live. But even then, baseball's a humbling sport. And again, I feel terrible for small market fans because they're left out of this while the big boys make all the moves. Look at this past deadline. What small market team really made the big moves? New York made big moves. LA made big moves. Chicago sold. Washington sold. It's a rough life in the big market. Alex, your mic thing is in the way.
No, I know.
Okay, I don't know if you know. No, so that's what I said. I will never hate a small market fan. How could you? Again, how could you? I get unless it's a rivalry of two small market teams, that's different. But I always again I'll always respect the small market because they stay loyal to the end. And I guess you could say for football, even though they it's easier to maneuver and be more successful, even if their team is losing, they stay loyal. And look at Chicago fans; they're pretty damn loyal, and their team. If Justin Fields ain't it, they dealt with Trubisky for the last how many years, and Jay Cutler, and they're still there. Alex, when we went to the Giant game a couple years ago, our whole section was Bears fans.
Yep.
So,
and I want to add on to Sean's point when it comes to the salary cap and whatever. You see, no team in baseball. Well, not really. I shouldn't say no team in baseball. There are some teams in baseball who don't want their stars to hit free agency. You see all these monster contracts being handed out years ago and today. Look at the Trout extension. Look at the Tatis extension. Look at the Bryce Harper extension. Look at the Machado deal. Look at the Francisco Lindor extension. You look at all these extensions. It's sad how small market teams cannot spend that money, but you also think this is going to cause a decrease in the play of baseball because you are extending guys into their late 30s, and then you're going to have to somehow get rid of that contract.
I've been saying it all along.
This is not the NBA where you can just buy out the contract like the Knicks did to Amari Stoudemire or the Pistons did with Blake Griffin. You're going to stick through those contracts. You're going to have to trade it elsewhere so somebody else can hang on to it.
Exactly. And the problem, too, is – Luca, I've made that point so many times. You reiterated it. It's true, but another thing too is if you didn't start in the small market, you're not gonna leave an LA, a New York to go to, say, a Cincinnati.
No.
No big player is gonna want to leave leave the big city for a smaller city. It's just not, you think,
hold on a second, I'm sorry to interrupt, but don't you think that's what Machado did? Just for that and the money?
I think San Diego's a bigger market, though.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so. Because it's California. So they got 5 teams there, and, anything south of LA is all San Diego country. So I wouldn't really say Machado. California fans, I consider California a big market because I think it's one of the wealthiest states in the country. I think I could be wrong, but I think it's California. No, like I said though, Alex, that's like if you were, Alex could leave New York for Pittsburgh next week because he wants to, he'd rather please the small fans instead of staying in the big market.
Real quick, let me get to somebody's concern. Jason says, how about an Orioles fan? They have no excuse to be this bad for this long. They have a big market, great ballpark, cable TV deal. Their fans should be livid. It's bigger. I would guess it's bigger than most markets.
It is bigger than most markets. You know what Baltimore did that put themselves in this situation?
Chris Davis contract.
There you go. Right there. You use one contract that's too big, you're eating up every other asset for just him. It's a small. I get Baltimore's not a small market, but they're also not a big market. They're kind of.
You know what I would say? There's in MLB. There's small markets, there's medium markets, and then there's the big markets like LA. Boston.
It's a tier. It's like a tier system,
right? And I think it's sad how Baltimore gave Davis that extension years ago. Yes, he did hit 50 home runs in that one season, but you couldn't keep around Machado long enough.
No,
I mean, I'm obviously obviously the Orioles went down in another direction as LA was trying to go for a World Series. Obviously, Machado didn't win a World Series in LA. He went to San Diego, and now they're competing for a wild card, which I'm very happy about. But anyways, it's just you can't. It's sad in general because, as Sean mentioned, when you give a big contract like that, you're just freezing your other assets. You're going to have to trade pieces in order to get money back or some stuff like that.
Because the thing is with Baltimore, I said it before. Yeah, they're not a small market. They're a little bit bigger. But they still don't have New York, LA assets. They don't have that. They still don't have that top tier money. So they're like you said, they're really in the middle, which it's even that's probably I'd say that's also pretty challenging. Is when you're in the middle, you have a choice: spend moderate amounts of money to get solid players, you go through the tank and hope you build superstars, or you just do what Baltimore has done for many years and just keep signing past their primes and hoping for the best.
If you guys don't know already,
there is a cycle.
If you guys don't know already, there is a documentary coming out about the 1986 Mets.
Ugh.
Of course.
It is called Once Upon a Time in Queens. It will air on ESPN September 14th and September 15th. It's a four-part documentary.
I'm more ready for the Jeter documentary. That's going to be so good. I think that's next year, though. I still don't understand how Tatis already got a documentary. He hasn't even finished a full year yet.
Jason says
makes sense to me.
It's a big enough market. The greatest team ever, the 1998 Yankees, didn't even have the highest payroll that season. It was the Orioles. They had a couple of once again, that was before my time, before all of our times. But I could recall some of the players that were on the team. I think Eddie Murray was still on that team. B.J. Sherhoff, Armando Benitez.
One thing too, though, with the Yankees is they were, they did, one of the rare things that they did that you didn't see a whole lot of. They were able to build through their system with Derek Jeter, Mariano Rivera. They were able to build through their system, so they didn't need huge contracts. They didn't need to go out and get big names because they already had big names in their system.
Alex, do you have that video clip?
I do. So,
all right, so
you can headline it as I get it ready.
All right, so this is what Don Greca said. I was kind of alluding to this earlier. I really wanted to go in a deep discussion about it, but I didn't have the video edited quite yet, and Alex will air it out for us right now.
Boston and Oakland, and being the first wild card, now all of a sudden on August 19th, when you've got 4 games against the patsy Minnesota Twins, who you beat when the Twins are good, so I can imagine what's going to happen now that the Twins are terrible, you've put yourself in a situation where you're the hottest team in baseball at the right time and now can go out there and compete. I don't know if it's going to be a wild card, a division. They might lose the wild card game, and we'll spend the entire winter talking about how Yankees failed again. But the one thing the Yankees don't ever fail at is being relevant and staying in it and giving their fans something to root for. So all those Yankee fans that called up, cluttered the airwaves for months. Cashman's a bum. Fire Cashman. He's lost. How do you feel about him now? Is he the best general manager in sports? Maybe not. But he's got this team ready to roll every single year.
Well, I didn't really hear I didn't hear anything about Boone, really. I only really heard the Cashman hate.
Boone, Sean. It was about Cashman.
Okay. Well, and I've always been indecisive about Cashman. And don't get me wrong, he's made good moves. We can't deny that. He has made good moves before. But I just think he's made too many questionable moves, to keep him around much longer. That's just me. I mean, like I said, he has made good moves that a lot of Yankee fans will not give credit for when they're bad. It's like I said, Cashman, again, he makes his good moves, but he makes his bad moves. He's like right on the fence of good and bad. So again, you know, Don could say that, but then again, too, he's gonna say that because the Mets have never had a good general manager to lead them towards any rental. Yeah, I need to learn to talk again. They have not had a GM to lead them to any sort of relevance.
Luke,
So
I know you probably got a lot of comments on this.
Alex, what's your thoughts? Because then I'll offer my comments.
Oh, wow. Letting me go first? That's nice.
It really isn't. I wish you wouldn't talk at all.
In terms of that, I can't. There's probably times that Don Greca has ranted or at least said something bad about Brian Cashman. I mean, we could all say that. We could all say, we've ranted about Cashman. We've said nice things, whatever. But you know what? Let's not go back and say that a few weeks ago that the Yankee fans were spoiled. They were not spoiled. They were fucking angry. They were angry that this team was not performing. And what Don refuses to put in his little segment there is that Brian Cashman put us in this situation. Did he not?
He did.
Yeah.
He left the imbalance over the last 2 years, relying on Mike Fords and Brett Gardner's and Mike.
Here's my thing with Cashman. Here's my thing with Cashman. Why is it always last minute with these moves? And why can't it be off season when he's making all these big moves? Why is it always last minute? Look at DJ LeMahieu. Why was that last minute?
That was down to the cusp.
That's why I said with Cashman, he can make his big moves, but he waits too long. The Yankees should have never been in this position. If the Yankees were struggling early in the season, make moves then. Make moves at right at the All-Star break when they're struggling. That's the problem with Cashman. He waits too damn long. Even with the Cole deal, didn't that one come right down to the wire?
Well, I guess I would give a little leeway there because there were multiple teams interested. But in terms of the other deals, I don't know that I would give him any leeway. I mean, obviously, yeah, he signed them, but in terms of, honestly, that's kind of why I don't listen to that show anymore. I mean, I did 2019. I love that show, whatever, but it's just now. It's now just, in my personal opinion, I know Sean likes it. He watches it when he can. Luca probably has that same opinion. But in my opinion, it's just Yankees, Mets on occasion, and then don't know what you're talking about / head with a chicken with the head cut off in terms of the other sports. Like the
I would
Knicks.
say it's more Yankees, a little bit of Mets, a little bit of football, and that's about it. For whatever reason, Peter always has to bring Washington into it on a New York show. I get this right here as a New York show, but we're real. We go out there. We don't just stick to If we just stuck to strictly New York sports, you wouldn't even know I was a Steelers fan, except for when they played the Giants or the Jets. But that's different. But there's a guy, I don't know who he is exactly. I don't remember the name. I heard this like 2 years ago. One of the guys on WFAN is a big Texas Rangers fan. Never spoke Rangers in his life. Nobody knew. I don't know who it was. I don't have a name for you. I don't even try to guess because I'm not going to know because this was a few years ago. But that's the problem. Like when they go football, Peter's always bringing Washington into it. I can understand Jets, maybe Bills because Bills are technically still a New York team, but Washington, if you want to talk Washington, go to ESPN Maryland, if that's a thing.
ESPN DC.
Yeah.
The only basketball you hear them talk is occasional Knicks, which that's almost unwatchable.
I would say the Nets have a little more attention.
I've been watching longer. I've been watching longer, and it's been mostly Knicks. The Nets have finally started getting relevance when they were getting good.
Luke, I know you got some stuff to say on that.
Occasional hockey, but again, Alex, you pretty much said best. It's jumping all over the place once you get beyond football.
Yeah, it's jumping around with the head cut off. But first point I want to bring up, he goes on to say, you know what the Yankees don't fail to do is be relevant. Are we asking the Yankees to be relevant, or are we asking the Yankees to win a championship, or at least compete for one every damn year?
We want
I
a
was
World
actually
Series.
asking us the latter.
Yeah, the latter. It's like, why? Here's the thing. When you're looking at a baseball team, you can look at the fan perspective, analyst perspective. What has the Yankee mantra been? And I've said this so many times. What is the Yankee mantra? What do they compete for?
A World Series.
Compete for World Series, compete for championships year after year after year after year. Not staying relevant. Oh, the Yankees are always in it.
The Yankees could be 62 and 100 and they'd be relevant.
It's not so much the point for me, but it's like settling to say something positive about them. It's kind of settling. It's like, and Don brought it up later on. He's like, you know what? We're going to come to a point where at the end of the season, the Yankees will be at a wild card spot, or it's going to be ALCS, lose the division series, wherever, and the season's going to be still a failure. So losing the division series or losing before the World Series and saying, wow, that's a successful season is settling. And it's technically a failure if we're not winning a championship every year. I'm not saying you have to, but at least compete for it. And then I always say, the media is so out of touch with the fans. Why are you talking about relevancy with the Yankees? Talk about relevancy with another team who's still trying to be relevant. We're just trying to win championships after year. I'm not trying to be spoiled or anything, but it's true.
It is. You win 27 titles. That's kind of the expectation.
And then I got people responding to me on Facebook. Oh, Don never said anything about Cashman. He said when he was talking about Boone and Cashman, I think it was like a month or two ago or a couple of weeks ago, he was like, you know what? The people out there, the analysts, shouldn't be like, it would be a shame if the Yankees lost Cashman or Boone because being afraid of success elsewhere. I mean, Cashman has his questionable moves. Why are you looking at him with rose-colored eyes? He's had his bad moves. Look at that Ellsbury contract when we were supposedly shedding salary.
Kevin
Youkilis. Look at the Aaron Hicks contract. That's a goner. You're going to have to trade that. Look at Luis Severino. I mean, injuries are unfortunate, obviously with Severino, but that extension. You look at, I don't know, the Giancarlo Stanton acquisition. Yeah, it looked good at the time because it's another powered bat, but did you really need him? No, you didn't. You could have acquired Garrett Cole that season. And Pete Simonetti said the only reason that the Yankees did not acquire Garrett Cole from the Houston Astros that offseason was because of one guy. Well, two guys. Really. No. Brian Cashman.
Oh.
And Chance Adams.
I forgot about him.
Simonetti said last week that Adams was one of Cashman's favorites and he would not let him go. You can't have these favorites. Does anybody speak in the media about that? I don't think so. And how he has his pawns and his little buddies, his players like Sanchez, Torres, all that. Does anybody speak about that? I don't think so.
No. They're more worried about the analytics.
Alex, you had something to say.
And I know we're talking negative on Yankees, even though they're winning. But one point I brought up, and Pete agreed with me last week, is you're holding on to these prospects. You're not dealing them. And then when you try to deal them, guys like Andujar and Frazier, what the hell is their trade value? You don't have any. So you're picking a middle that's not good. It's either you trade them or you keep them and develop them. That's how the Yankees should go in terms of these things. But also, just to note, I'm saying this right now. Now, obviously, some of these trades have worked, not worked. The Yankees didn't give up any meat and potatoes of the prospects at the deadline. Mm-hmm. The highest they gave up was a number 9 prospect.
Yeah.
So that just tells you he's got his favorites and stuff like that, but it
that
has
just
to work
shows
out.
That this past deadline was a big steal. My opinion. The Rizzo trade, the Gallo trade were steals.
Yeah. No, I definitely agree with you there. Luca, any final thoughts before we probably?
And I was also going to say, like, didn't he almost share like the Yankees fans' thoughts when it came to Cashman and Boone during that time? Like, how could you blame Yankee fans for being pissed off about what it was how many months ago? How could you blame Yankees fans? I know Yankees fans aren't perfect. There are some that are idiots. There are some who say stuff for takes, say
straight up delusional,
whatever. But you got to understand the position of where they were months ago. I'm going to be honest. We've been a mediocre team for the past 2 years. We haven't competed for a championship. And how many times?
I apologize. I don't mean to interrupt, but Luke Voigt just hit a home run, so it's 8-2.
Good.
Yankees.
He's really earning that spot. But you look at why are we ignoring the roster construction from earlier this year? You know, he has these teams ready to play. He's ready to play every year. Did you not look at the roster construction and try to blame him for that? I mean, come on. I mean, don't go all against Yankee fans just because the Yankees are doing better now. What if they miss the playoffs? We still got a month to go. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to be negative, but that's still a possibility.
Anything's possible.
Teams can fall in September.
They could lose out for all we know. Anything's possible. Never rule anything out.
And that's basically my point. And I got comments up the wazoo.
Oh, I saw them. I was reading them, not too literally 5 minutes before I got on. And I was like, holy hell.
And I got different comments. And somebody said, most of Michael K's show are the same as the fans on the street and fans in this group. Love him today, hate him tomorrow. Shit on everything as if they were capable of being a better player or decision maker. Somebody else says, I personally feel the point Don was making that the roster was previously ill-conceived by Cashman, and he fixed it. He wasn't saying Cashman should be fired ever. If you actually listen, he said he's to blame for the roster. Fly ball, right field.
So what were the fans doing? They were blaming Cashman.
And Alex, I'm going to ask you this. Somebody said this person believes that the Yankees have to make the World Series for organizational jobs to stay fit. Do you think so? Do you think people's jobs are on the line if they don't make the World Series?
Realistically, no. Should it be? Yes. Because let's take this into perspective here. 2019, whether they cheated or not, failed ALCS, loss. We obviously know how that ended. 2018, 2020, losses against the Red Sox, against the Rays, in the divisional series. Shout-outs to the one who asked the great questions, TD in the chat.
How you doing, TD?
Obviously, we'll get into our NFL subjects, and we haven't talked in 2-3 weeks, so I would definitely love to hear some of the stuff you have to say about the Giants and the Mets and some other things and stuff like that. All right. But what was I going to say? It'd be the same thing as 2019 or 2020, whatever, if we just, we're going to go to the World Series, we're going to go to the wild card, we're going to go to the championship series, we're going to go to the division series to fail. That'd be the same thing as the past couple of years. So, and then you fired Girardi because, he was too hard on the players and we also didn't go to the World Series. Well, tough shit now. You're kind of in that same position. You're in the same position, but it's not the same. It's similar. If you get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I understand where you're at. And, Michael K was speaking about the Gallo trade and whatever, and he was talking about fans wanting Cashman gone, and he's like, I don't understand it. The Yankees competing every year. Some teams haven't won a championship in so long. It's like they don't understand the fans' pulse because the Yankee mantra is competing for championship after every year, and we expect that to happen. I'm not saying you have to win every year, but we haven't won in 11 years, and Cashman hasn't done his job. I mean, there's some good trades, there's some bad trades, good acquisitions, bad acquisitions, whatever. But my question is, why do you have to shed salary when you're a big market team like the Yankees? Alex, and I'm going to ask you, Alex, do you think we should have went after a bullpen arm at the deadline?
Yes.
That should have been taken into consideration.
I mean, Sessa was doing good. Let's add him on to the Justin Wilson shed salary pact.
Well, no, they got rid of Sessa.
You could have easily traded Chad Green, in my opinion, but they like him.
They traded Sessa. They traded Sessa because they knew they could get value out of him because he was playing, pitching well. But what value did you get out of him?
A player to be named later.
Exactly.
Which means nothing. A player to be named later, it wouldn't make a difference if you traded Justin Wilson alone or just add Chad Green or Wandy Peralta on.
Zach
Like
Britton.
all these reclamation projects and stuff.
So,
And Alex, do you think Severino's going to be back this year?
no. I said it in the comments.
He
I don't think he's
shouldn't.
coming back.
I don't. Even if he can, he shouldn't.
No,
we
absolutely
said
not.
this before.
We're going to spend here, and Pete Simonetti said this about what was I going to say? TD actually commented about the Yankees. If I was the Yankees, I wouldn't trade Sessa. Personally, Wilson, I didn't mind you guys getting rid of. Obviously,
Wilson was.
He shares the opinion with us. But what the hell was the point I was trying to make?
Severino.
Simonetti.
Pete Simonetti said it. He was talking to Ozzie Guillen Jr., Ozzie Guillen's son. They all have a show together. He said that Aaron Boone, and this was like the Britain thing in the Field of Dreams game, should not be trying little things when we're in the month of August.
Yeah.
You don't try Severino. You don't try to get him healthy in an actual game when you're competing for a spot. That should not be on the table for the Yankees if they're actually considering making the playoffs. They should say, Severino, listen, it's been fun, but we're just going to go ahead and just shut you down for the rest of the year. That's
Well,
it.
and I said it before. The best way, if you want to keep him baseball ready, you have him play in the minors for a month or two, and then have him do rehab it with the Arizona Fall League, off-season stuff. There's no need to throw him back into the fire when we're almost, into September. There's no need to. There's nothing good can come out of that, unless of course he comes out and he decides to be Jacob deGrom. But
those chances are 1 in a million.
yeah.
I don't watch too much Yankees baseball, but I remember Wilson from his time with the Mets. Glad you guys took him. LOL.
He used to
We
be.
enjoyed him.
He used to be good with the Yankees. Then he came back to the Yankees. Yeah. Then he came back to the Yankees, which never made any sense to me.
Let me ask a question real quick. I know Luke
Alex was going to say something.
Real quickly.
Let him finish his point. It's
right.
relating to this.
I got a comment in Yankees Positive Nation. I'm part of Facebook groups. Obviously mentioned my point.
I'm there too.
Yeah. Somebody says, I can remember people calling for both Cashman and Boone's job a few months ago. Any apologies are coming now. You know who you are, thinking Showalter was the answer.
Oh, I saw. Yeah.
That's why I don't pay attention to stupidity, and I wait.
That's why I don't look at. That's why I don't really. I don't follow fan pages for opinions. I follow for the scores and the analysis, and that's it.
And then I was like, for me, I'm not apologizing or writing an apology letter for Boone or Cashman. And he goes on to say, simple, I was wrong would do.
Oh, yeah. Yo, he gave you a nasty freaking response.
Well, I understand until we win this thing, it might be premature. Let's go Yankees. I said, I was wrong about Yankees doing nothing at the deadline. But in regards to Boone, what's going to change? He's still going to make the dumb lineups. He has no feel for his pitchers or his players overall and shows no fire. And then somebody replied in response, Cashman is still overrated. Would you want Theo Epstein or him to be the Met GM?
I didn't get that comment. That didn't really make a lot of sense
And then,
to me.
and then I brought this up before. Somebody says, I like how Boone is handling the Yankees right now. I'm the biggest fan of Boone. I'm starting to really like him. He's really stepping up. What, Alex, please tell me what he's done.
What has he done what has he done in this hot streak?
I honestly
to make them better?
Honestly, I can't say.
Honestly, nothing.
I honestly, and I said this before, I was on vacation, so I can't really say most of it because Saturday I was not home. Sunday through Wednesday I was at the Jersey Shore, so I can't really say for anything much else. So and if I was watching the games, I would have a better answer for you. But right now it's just the players. And let's turn the tables a little bit, guys. Remember, Michael Kay show, a lot of other people in the media, whatever, they were blaming the players. So now that the team is doing good, what is it, Boone? No, it is the players. So if you're going to make that comment and say, well, it's the players' fault, then we're going to say, okay, well, the players have turned it around.
Yeah, Boone has.
He's
still mismanaging the path.
Honestly, if you're going to say it was Boone's fault and players' fault, okay, maybe they turned it. Maybe they both turned it around. But you said it was the players' fault. Boone had nothing to do with it. It's not Boone's fault. Why did the Yankees fans blame Boone? Blah, 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 blah.
Yo, Jamar Chase, I'm watching highlights from the first half. He dropped the easiest pass ever.
I'm not surprised.
But you got to give credit. If you're going to blame the players for the downfall, then credit the players for the rising up. Don't give credit to Boone because you already didn't blame him. And I got a comment that says, you got to remember, it's an opinion show. No shit.
Yeah, I
can't necessarily agree with that because it's either an opinion and they don't like being rebutted on it, or it's, well, the analytics say this. No, I don't give a shit about the analytics. It's your show. You tell us what you think.
Yeah.
And you have to take crap for it. Just like Luca in 2 months, if the Yankees win the World Series, could take crap for his comments. He'll gladly accept that he's wrong.
And then I went on to say, no shit, it's his opinion, but he went from siding with irate Yankee fans to now turning against the fan base because, they've had 7 losing seasons in 53 years and stay relevant. We're supposed to be competing for a championship every year, and somebody says, and the guy James replies, as are all teams, but you can't win every year. No kidding.
We're the Yankees, though. You're supposed to win every year. That's the Yankee way.
The standard.
That's the standard. Quoting Mike Tomlin here, the standard is the standard. If you're not winning a World Series every year, the Yankees aren't going to be happy. Yankees are not going to be happy until they're winning World Series every single damn year.
Jason Solo says Cashman may lean too heavily on analytically driven data, but that's the current and future way of baseball world, and it'll probably look like Brent's Ricky compared to the person that does replace him. TD said needs regular season game 1 to come soon, but not sure how much sanity I have left watching from the
We'll
Mets.
get into the Mets in a few minutes because I do want to talk about that. But no, to the previous comment, we've talked about it so many times about how analytics is destroying the game. I don't think we need to get into it again. But you're right. It is the future of baseball, and it's over-relied not just on him, but on Aaron Boone. So, unfortunately, don't hate the players, hate the game. That's what the game has come to.
I have 2 points.
Alex, all I'm going to say is when you do that, I'm going to finish my sentence regardless. So
Okay. Well, I'm just saying. I have 2 points to bring up. One is a mini point before I actually ask Luca. Sean, did you hear about David Robertson going to the Rays?
No, I did not.
Well, no.
I didn't get home till about 8 o'clock.
No, this was a couple of days ago, I think.
Oh, was it? Well,
yeah.
I've been working every day.
It must have been the way he played in the Olympics.
Well, I didn't watch the Olympics.
Yeah, but that's also against a bunch of amateur athletes. That's like putting Pat Mahomes against the AAF teams. That's a horrible comparison, but whatever.
Before we move on, because we have been talking about the Yankees for the past hour and a half. Not that I have any limits, but Luca, Pete Simonetti told us something. Luca, you want to tell Sean how the players are coached?
Oh, I was going to ask you to do that, but I would just want to look at 2 more comments. Somebody says I got to look at see what I have. So somebody says it's not about Cashman this year. It's the fact they have 1 World Series championship since 2009 with a $200 million payroll. Nothing in a decade. But anyways, and back to the point. So what Pete Simonetti told us, Sean, last week was, here's how Yankee players are coached. They're called into a therapy kind of session. This gets better. They say you're the best at your position. You're the best of what you are. And what do they say, Alex? I probably forgot something.
Basically coaching them up. It's like a therapy
session.
You could be the best you can be and stuff like that.
Who's the source, though?
He's got sources. I mean, I don't know who the source is, but
remember my saying about sources.
No, I understand, but what I'm saying is this guy has.
I mean, I'm not disagreeing with that because that sounds like the Yankees, but I'll take that with a grain of salt. But I'm not betting against it because they instead of teaching fundamentals of being hard on the players,
And apparently they teach no fundamentals. It's all about the mental training.
Yeah, that's always been that's baseball in general. They're more worried about launch angle.
And no, it's not even the point. And Simonetti's like, okay, if you're adults and kids need reminders sometimes. What are the coaches there for? When it comes to fundamentals, when it comes to the teaching of
to show them launch angle, because that's all that matters anymore.
All right. Alex, you want me to go around baseball, see what's going on?
If you want to, and then I know Sean wants to talk about the Mets a little bit, then we'll move into our NFL
Well,
topic.
okay, yeah, all right.
All right, so I got some news. Well, this is really around the baseball. Bottom of the ninth, Tigers and Blue Jays tied 1-1. 2 men on, 2-2 count to Alex-GajovichProtich. He's facing Soto. Angels and Indians up 8-1. Bottom of the seventh, 2 men on. Boston Red Sox, Texas Rangers up. Red Sox up 6-0. Bottom of the seventh. White Sox beating the Rays. This is crucial for us. 4-2 in the bottom of the eighth.
Who's leading?
The White Sox.
All right.
So, if we win and they lose, obviously we gain a game.
Anybody else want I'm going to sound really hypocritical here for a minute, but does anybody else want Chicago if we make the postseason? I want the White Sox. Because if you remember, at the beginning of the spring, they were talking about how they're the best team in the AL. And if you remember last weekend when we were in Chicago, White Sox fans are chanting Yankees suck. Like, there's just all of a sudden rivalry that I didn't even know existed. They beat us once this year. I ain't worried about Chicago, and I low-key want to shut them up. I mean, we already have, but I'd like to do it again.
Continuing to go around the league, top of the ninth, the Reds are up 5-3 against the Marlins. In the Astros-Mariners game, Astros are up 10-1 in the top of the fifth. The Washington Nationals are up on the Milwaukee Brewers 2-0, top of the sixth. The Pittsburgh Pirates are up on the Cardinals 2-0 in the mid, heading to the bottom of the fifth. Heading to the bottom of the third, Rockies Diamondbacks 2-2. Mid first, Giants Athletics 0-0. The other game that will air tonight, actually the real two, are the Mets and Dodgers. It will be Carlos Carrasco versus Walker Buehler. It's airing at 10:10. And also 10:10, MLB.TV's free game of the day, the Phillies and the Padres. It will be Matt Moore versus Blake Snell. And the two games that ended today, the Braves will beat the Orioles by a score of 3-0. Max Fried with the win, Aiken with the loss. And to finally close it out, the Royals beat the Cubs 6-2. Brian Keller with the win, Kyle Davies with the loss. Or Zach Davies.
I genuinely feel bad for TD because he's going to have to watch a West Coast game.
Yeah, at least it's on a weekend.
Yeah.
Better than a school night.
Also, Sean, I got to end off with you. What do you think of all these comments regarding, Field of Dreams? I mean, obviously Field of Dreams, regarding the blackout restrictions?
We're going to do this again, aren't we? Okay. I'll keep it simple. I'm going to sum it up in every time I've said it. You can't end blackout restrictions. It's physically impossible. You'll take money away from local cable companies. As much as I'd love to watch the Yankees on MLB.TV, I can't because I literally live in New York. It'd be stupid to do something like that.
I mean, there's such thing as cable.
I will say someone had a really good rebuttal that I will not ignore because I agree with. Only situation where I'm against blackouts is if you're not getting a team on your local cable and it's still blacked out. For example, when I lived in Pennsylvania, I lived on the east side of Pennsylvania. So I got Yankees, Mets, Phillies. But if the Pirates were on MLB Network, now don't act like I want to watch the Pirates because they're the joke of the league. But for argument's sake, let's say the Pirates are on MLB Network or ESPN. I couldn't watch them because it'd be blacked out. That is a problem, and I will agree to that. Someone brought that up to me. I didn't realize that was I did not know, and I will admit to that. I didn't realize that was as big of a problem as it was. I thought it was just, whatever. I thought it was, it's the Pirates. Who the hell cares? I'll admit, I'll even say it. I don't know about you guys, but I think I met maybe one I only knew one actual Pirates fan. Two, actually. Two actual Pirates fans in our area. Unless you guys can think of any more without saying names. I can only name two. One of my coaches for baseball and someone I worked with.
I only remember one, but that person's blanking in my head right now. TD says, West Coast games are rough. Nobody wants to wait for a baseball game to start at 10:10.
You know what's even worse? I'll never forget, the one – this was years – this is mid-2000 – wait a minute.
What the hell are you doing?
I may or may not have knocked out my microphone, but we're not going to talk about that. I think it was like 2013 or 14. I'll never forget the Orioles went out for a West Coast game against the Mariners, and they had an 18-inning game that ended at 4 a.m. Imagine staying up that late, especially on a school. My dad's out for work by that time.
Yeah.
Imagine you got to be in at like 5 a.m. and your team doesn't finish till like 4 and you stay up for the whole thing. That's loyalty. But no, West Coast games are rough, but God forbid California, gives in, literally.
It's because people are working that time, Sean. You got to respect them.
But when NASCAR is running and God forbid they're on the East Coast, they run at 1 o'clock. No, we got to push it to 4 because of California. Well, if it rains, well then bam, automatically move it to Monday because
And somebody
right? Yeah.
And somebody tweeted Nestor Cortez deserves the spot he should keep. Do you guys think that Nestor Cortez should be remaining in the rotation for the rest of the year?
Honestly, he's earned it. I mean,
with the situation we're in, yes. Long term, I'm not so sure.
If he could keep this up long term, then yeah. But who would have thought? Remember when we all wanted Nestor Cortez run out of the building a couple years ago?
It was like when he first made his MLB debut.
I hated when they brought him back. I was like, really? They brought this jerk off back? Well, that jerk off is one of our best pitchers.
I also want to dive into the Mets for like 2 minutes before we actually. I know we're delaying football and whatnot, so
I'd want to talk Mets. TD, first off, give your thoughts on what's going on with the Mets. Any complaints? We'll work it out with you because we don't fully follow the Mets, but we know what's going on. So TD, if you got questions, thoughts, concerns, we want to hear from you. Any other Mets fan that might be in this chat, I'd point out TD because he's one of our main viewers. But anybody else, Mets thoughts, concerns, because I want to hear them. If I were a Met fan, I'd be really, really pissed off right now.
Now it's hit deep to left.
TD says, my thoughts, the Mets are god-awful.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep. And in recent news, James McCann has been placed on the 10-day IL with lower back spasms. It's even worse for the Mets because Jacob deGrom is likely out for the year. Where's Syndergaard?
Syndergaard's just like Severino. It's Syndergaard at this point he might as well call it quits on the season too because what good is he gonna be? They're literally like remember these Severino and Syndergaard used to be some of the best pitchers in the league. Now they're at the same point where they can't even stay on the field.
And the point is, first of all, I'm going to ask you guys, what did you guys think of what Steve Cohen tweeted on Twitter?
Real quickly, I do want to get to
Pull that tweet up because I want everybody to see it. Yeah, you can
do that. TD says they did not do enough. The deadline injuries have killed us. No deGrom, McCann, Lindor, Nito, Baez, Syndergaard.
The biggest thing that has killed the Mets is their lack of offense. Jacob deGrom, any other pitcher that pitches well, they can only carry you for so long. If you're just relying on the pitching to get you wins, you're going to be in for a rough ride. So I think that lack of hitting and the injuries and no deGrom, it's all starting to finally catch up to the Mets.
So somebody tweeted, Cohen made his tweet. You guys who know who Funhouse is?
Yeah.
And the account put, hiring the right manager would be a good start. You know what to do. With a picture of Mike Francesa on the phone.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
All right, I'm going to share my screen so you guys can... All
right. TD says we keep breaking our record for most players using the season. Last time I checked, we were at 61. Holy hell.
That's two rosters right there. That's two.
Lack of offense has really shown our pitchers haven't been awful, but I mean, we're scoring 0 to 2 runs a game. I feel like that's not enough to beat the juggernaut.
Not even close.
All right, so here's the tweet.
It's hard to understand how professional hitters can be this unproductive. The best teams have a more disciplined approach. Slugging and OPS numbers don't lie. First of all, how did you guys feel it was taken to social media? I know that's
I don't feel good about that at all.
No,
I don't feel good about that.
You cannot do that. If you're going to do that, you need to do that in the clubhouse, screaming at your players.
It's not like he doesn't have access.
That's what I call, and I shouldn't say that's what I call because everybody says it. That's called being computer tough. That shows to me.
Telephone tough guy.
Thank you. Cohen doesn't have it in him to go and say it to his players. A real owner, coach, manager gets in that clubhouse, locks every door, tells the media to get the hell out of here, and starts throwing things against the wall, screaming at them, breaking bats. That shows to me you care. And that if that doesn't get through to your players, well, then they need to, sayonara, goodbye. If you're not getting the message to your players, they're just going to keep doing the same thing. That's pretty much been the Yankees all year. Boone playing Mr. Nice Guy has really put them in such a bad position that they're fighting for a wild card right now. You gotta be tough on these players.
It's also to the point that the coaching staff's not doing their job. They're not helping the hitters adjust their approach.
No, and it shouldn't have to be Cohen freaking out to the players. This should be Luis Rojas's job. That's the coach's job. And if they're not doing it, then the owner's got to step in, but not to social media. No. You either do that in a press conference or you say it face-to-face to your players.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, I agree with the whole message, but really, you have the access to the clubhouse. It's not like you don't. You're the team owner. I mean, I'm you and some people could say this is a rookie mistake. He's got to definitely learn from this. I mean, I'm not saying that the players are going to get bad vibes from it, but
they will. Trust me, they'll get butthurt over anything.
I mean, what did Pete Alonso say that was so polarizing?
I honestly don't know.
He made some comment or something. TD, help me out. And somebody commented in this one Boomer and Gio video regarding the whole subject, saying, well, the video was called Steve Cohen's not George Steinbrenner. No shit. So somebody says, Steve Cohen hopes for wins. He doesn't demand a winning culture. That's why he's not Steinbrenner. Cohen has money, but he's likely not going to have 7 rings and 10 World Series appearances. Unlike Steinbrenner, his own son isn't even like that. And somebody says the Mets have some work to do on this team. They have potential, at least. It's not like the Knicks were or are. Whatever. The extension.
Don't even start.
Yeah,
Jeez.
Keep quiet about the Knicks, Mets fans.
Friggin' Knicks are much more successful right now.
The expectations are higher for this Mets team, and it should be like that. They just need not that it should. Well, you said not that it should be like that. They just need to be more competitive year after year. This still is the team that made it to the World Series in 2015. This is the team that made it to the World Series in 2015. I don't think so.
How many players? TD probably knows us better than the three of us combined. How many players are still on from that team?
Does that mean Matt Harvey is still there?
DeGrom, Syndergaard,
Conforto.
Yeah.
I mean, J.D. Davis wasn't there. Pete Alonso wasn't there. You look at those acquisitions.
Neal wasn't there.
No, they were either in the system or in another system.
And
real quick, I do want to get to TD's comments. I actually kind of disagree. The players go out there with no heart, and it shows. I know maybe social media wasn't the best route, but he's saying what the fans are thinking. They're professional ball players that can't play ball right now. I think the main reason for using social media is because he wants the fans to know he is hearing our complaints and wants the team to perform.
Again,
okay,
I think
that,
it's like
that
keep smiling, you get to watch baseball.
I agree with, but I think it would have made it's a better look if you do it through a press conference. I truly think that because at least the players are there. So if the players got a problem, they can go say it to his face. Well, I don't like what you said. Well, too bad. I'm right, and you know.
Too bad. Go fuck yourself.
Go play better, and maybe maybe I won't say bad things about you.
You know, this division's a joke. They should be winning this division every year. The Mets aren't bereft of talent, but seriously, I mean,
no. But the Mets they have the talent on that team to be better than 59 and 57, or that's why I last saw that. I don't know what they are.
I mean,
now.
remember, Sean? They were division. We were talking about like a couple months ago or a month ago, wherever we were talking about how much better the Mets are than the Yankees. And look now,
the tides have turned. You know, that's the thing. You know, that's again, the Mets have a very good roster. Don't get me wrong; they do. We saw it twice this year. Yeah, well, I saw it twice. I saw it, in the minors. watch them on TV. They have a roster that should be much better than this. They should be winning that division right now because the Braves, they've fallen off. They have no starting pitching. They can't stay on the field. Braves, this was the Mets' chance, and they are blowing it right now, and they are blowing it badly.
That's like the NFC East. They have a wide open division, but
the Mets should be way ahead of where they are.
They really should. They really should be again ahead in the division. But are they really going to use this in September to get ahead, or at least try to put themselves in the playoff competition? I don't think they will. You don't have Syndergaard. You don't have DeGrom. The pitching is basically carrying them. That offense is bad. Like the Mets were a first place team, but the pitching was hiding the hitting and how bad it was. Their offense was just as bad as ours, maybe even worse.
It was worse. No, statistically, it was actually worse.
TD says you have to keep in mind a lot of talent on the team happens to be on the AL. I know it's an excuse, but it's also reality. When you don't have your top guys, you need those young bucks to step up.
Well, yeah, and that's true. That is very true. I just think that even when they were healthy, they were still underachieving. I think when they were healthy, they still could have been more. I think they could have been a much better team to where maybe the injuries wouldn't have stung as badly. I just think that, even when they were healthy, I think the hitting was still not up to par.
All right, so somebody commented the team might not be horrible, but an average of 2.9 runs per game is only good when you have excellent pitching to hold the opposition to a minimum. Since the All-Star break, the pitching's been terrible. And somebody says in response, 2.9 runs per game is terrible. You really can't survive off that, even when you have excellent pitching, because pitchers have their bad nights.
It's like eating crumbs. Literally.
Okay.
And the final comment before we end this segment, somebody says the turmoil in the front office is the biggest part of the problem. Stumbling and fumbling at every step, right down to not getting the Conforto's extension done and not having the guts to keep Beltran.
Why would you keep Beltran after?
Okay. Well,
Beltran would have been suspended for the year anyway. What are you talking about? Beltran's going to save the team? Are you serious? Really?
They're the same with the Red Sox, but no.
Give me a break. I'll be right back. I need a drink. It's like 95 in here.
And adding to end it off, the guy says, I don't think anyone recognized the harm done by giving Lindor the biggest piece of the pie without scoring one run for the money. Every player of that team is looking for a pay raise, understanding that Lindor got some of the money without lifting a finger. They've been working for years for it, and they give it out for the sake of making a big splash to impress the fans. I've never yet seen a clown as the leader of the circus, so don't try to sell me on the leader of the clubhouse. BS. There is no leader in that clubhouse. We're still waiting for somebody to mature into it.
TD says, I agree with the hitting, but I really, truthfully, do think a lot of it has to do with guys like Lindor being out. We traded a bunch of guys to bring him in, and he just hasn't been playing. The only consistent player on this team for hitting is Brandon Nimmo, in my opinion. I saw him a couple of years ago with the Cyclones, so that's just a fun fact right there. Do you want to extend Conforto? I don't know. I'm not a Mets fan, so don't care. But just asking anyone that is. TD, obviously, we're not Mets fans here, so you are probably free to answer Jason's question.
Again, I've always thought the Mets have a solid roster, but it's just they're not playing to their potential. The bullpen's not necessarily good. They really should have picked someone up at the deadline. I think there were pieces there, but still.
Didn't they fire Chili Davis within the first couple of weeks of the season?
Yeah, and then
change anything?
It really didn't. And then people were like, oh, now you got Javi Baez. Cool. Some people said it was horrible. Some people said it was a nice move. Yeah, sure, he's a good bat to put at second base, but where's your bullpen? I mean, that's a scare with the Yankees, too, the back end of the bullpen.
Yeah, but for right now, the Yankees have a power strike. As LeMay, who actually did hit a 2-run homer a couple of minutes ago. Haven't been keeping track on the game. Let me put Sean back in. Hi, Sean. How you doing?
I don't like you.
TD says, because to catch Sean up on things, Jason asked TD, you want to extend Conforto? He says this, I'm not breaking the bank for him. He's been getting consistent all year, and it just so happens he's now caught on fire. He's doing really well, but has been in a slump all year. So.
All right. Are we going to close the baseball thing?
Yeah, I guess so. I was gonna ask Alex, how do you in terms of game recaps, you want one person to cover Thursday, one person cover Friday, one cover Saturday. And Sunday there was only one game, so I think we could just whoever.
Also, Mets news. I'm sorry to interrupt, but Alex with that face on, don't look at me like that. Jacob deGrom was transferred to the 60-day IL to make room for a new Mets reliever, and here's an interesting article I found. MLB's City Connect uniforms have changed the future of nation baseball. Blah, 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 blah. MLB is considering further loosening rules around on-field fashion after the rise of sneaker culture in baseball. Unlike the NFL, where if you're wearing a certain pair of sneakers, you're going to get fined.
Yeah, if your socks are too high, you're going to get a fine like Juju did last year.
All right.
I like the idea of the city uniforms. I think it brings out, pride for wherever they're from. My favorite one's probably the White Sox jerseys, the Southside city unis. Those are really nice. So I like where they're going with that. Now, I don't think in terms of the Yankees, it'd be cool to have a city uniform, but they're not going to break tradition. I'm sorry. They don't even really – they didn't want to do it when they did Players Weekend. So, that's that. But I like the idea of what they've been doing with the city uniforms because Lucas, I think, pretty much said it best. It connects to, the local crowd, which, again, and even you could kind of say the Yankees have gone a little bit more city pride because even them and the Mets, they've been doing the Statue of Liberty on one side of the cap. That's cool. I like that. My cousin has that hat. It's a cool hat. Maybe like different decals, like I don't know, on the side where the New Era side is. Maybe you put like New York City Pride or something. I don't know. Whatever you want to come up with. But no, I like where they're going with it. I think it's cool. I think we should see more of that. And not just in baseball, but really in all the sports. I think it's a good idea.
To start our NFL topic update, Bengals up 10-6.
Yeah, I'm watching that.
Football team. What a boring game.
Yo, their quarterback, Allen, bro, at halftime, he's like 5 of 13 for 28 yards. This has been an ugly game. In Kansas City, it is 17-0. He scored a touchdown. 17-0. Over the overrated Cardinals with 7:39 left in the third. I think Pat Mahomes actually played. So
he actually did. He went for 6 for 10 with an interception, which is surprising. But
it's preseason. He's still getting better. Early. So who wants to do? How about I do Thursday because that was when my team played, so I could at least give you a breakdown of my team.
Yeah.
Whoever wants to do Friday. Saturday, I guess we'll hit all the games. Someone could hit all the games, and then, obviously we'll leave your game for last, so you could hear both ends of that breakdown. Mm-hmm. And then whoever wants to do Sunday.
All right. Give me 1 second. I have to pull up the scoreboard, actually.
I have it right here. All I ask is for Thursday.
Okay. So go ahead.
Okay. Just give me
during the Field of Dreams game, of course, so.
Yeah, well, I'm glad the Steelers were on that night.
TD says Bengals quarterback Brendan Allen's the dude that handed us the win last year when he fumbled the ball and lost the game 19-17. Yeah, Jabal Sheard with the forced fumble, Williams with the recovery.
Yeah.
All right, Sean.
So there was 2 games last Thursday. First off, the Washington football team got absolutely robbed by the New England Patriots, 22-13, and we all saw this. I don't know who wants to show the pictures or anything, but basically they brought back the old catch rule just to help New England win because what was it? Washington had hit – it was 15-13. Washington had scored a touchdown. They were a 2-point conversion away from tying it, and they actually converted, but they said because he didn't survive the ground – which is no longer a rule, but for whatever reason they made it a rule. Because remember, overtime is banned from preseason. So since the ball hit the ground, after he hit the ground and he did not survive the ground, that favored New England. That led to New England with like less than a minute to still score a touchdown. So all you can say is a very Patriots-like win because New England, got bailed out by the refs and what should have been a tie. I know Nobody wants a tie. But in preseason, and you never know. New England could have still went down and scored anyway. Obviously, they did, even with the help of the refs. But come on. We're really going to start with the refs this year? That better not be a foreshadow of things to come. The other game.
So, real quickly, I actually do have the clip. Call me crazy, but I think the Pats have a real shot to win the AFC East over the Bills. It's definitely a possibility, TD. I'm going to get copyrighted, but you know what? I'm not monetized, so it doesn't necessarily matter. Let's go. I'm not doing no sound, but just take a look. I think it's at the left side of the end zone.
Catch, 2 feet in.
Oh, yeah, I remember seeing that.
We were watching.
Now, they didn't show the replay, of course, but he did not survive the ground. I think it moved a little bit in hand.
It popped out of his hands, I think, after he had already got pushed out of bounds or something like that. So, again, the referees really helped him with that. Now I'm going to switch hats here because I'm going to represent the state champions of Pennsylvania. Screw Philly. Once again, my dad was at the game. Alex, I did send you the picture. If you want, I'll send it again. You want to show them where he sat. He sat in row 10.
Can you send it on Twitter?
Yes.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. My dad was at the game. I'll even tell you some of his experiences because it wasn't as calm as I originally thought. I was in PA last weekend, so I can give you some stories. Let me just send this to Twitter real quick. But to give you, the official, score, the final was 24-16. The Pittsburgh Steelers clinched the state title over the Philadelphia Eagles. A lot of salty Eagles fans after that. I'm actually going to send you another video, Alex, because I want to show you how Juju celebrated and irritated, the Philly faithful. So I'm going to send you 2 videos. Well, a picture and a video.
Okay. By the way, update, the Yankees have won their 8th game in a row.
Good. Okay, that's the picture. So I'll let you showcase the picture before I get into the game recap. Now I'm going to go to YouTube. I want to just save the video I send you for after I do the recap of this, the Steeler game.
Okay, so that's
where my dad sat. He went with my uncle, who's a diehard Eagles fan. That was a birthday present from my uncle. Happy belated. Actually, by the way, too, I do want to say, if my Auntie Kim is watching, make sure Sarah knows I am wishing her a very happy 11th birthday today. I love you. I miss you. I hope to see you soon. I'm sorry I didn't get to see you last weekend. I'll text her after this just to be sure.
TD says such an ugly stadium.
Yeah. Well, on the outside it's pretty nice, but the inside, the bird looks, in the grandstand looks deformed. So the Eagles had a very, fast start to the game. They went up, I believe it was 16-7. Mason Rudolph struggled, and he struggled again. I mean, the numbers don't look bad, but it was all checkdowns. You can't, he struggled. There's no doubt about it. Once, Jalen Hurts looked good for Philly. Alex, the video has been sent. I will tell you when to play it.
He says they should just knock it down and take down statues too and get rid of the Eagles.
Cancel the Eagles. I'd be happy about that. Jalen Hurts, Joe Flacco played really well for the Eagles, but they were no match for the Dwayne Haskins, the soon-to-be legend, because he's Dwayne Haskins. I'm just kidding. That guy that I kept saying the Giants should have taken. I'll admit to that. Anyway, Haskins, he played really well. I'm gonna pull out the box score. This win, by the way, was also the Steelers' 11th win out of 14 of their last 14. So they have been on a preseason hot streak. Yes, it matters. I don't care if you say it doesn't. It matters. Haskins went 16 to 22, 161 yards, 1 touchdown. Mason Rudolph, 8 and 9, 77 yards. Again, mostly checkdowns, no touchdowns. Josh Dobbs, 5 or 6, 30 yards, 1 interception. Most of the playing time went to Haskins. As far as the run game goes, Jalen Samuels, he looked pretty well. 10 rushes, 45 yards.
He looked pretty well. That's nice vocabulary.
It is, isn't it?
Love it.
Anthony McFarland, he had a couple of nice runs. Najee Harris, he only had 2 carries, 2 of 10. People were actually mad because Najee Harris tried to hurdle someone in preseason. People are like, oh, he's trying too hard in the preseason. I'd rather him try than not try. What would you rather, him just go out there and just fall forward every play?
I would like to do that.
Yeah, you would. You'd be happy just to make it to an NFL field.
So would you.
I know I would, but I wouldn't. I'd actually try. Other than that, like I said, the Steelers, it was a comeback effort, and Haskins impressed the most. There was a couple other names that impressed the most. This from a week ago now, so they're not flying off the top of my head. But regardless, it was a comeback win. And Alex, will you now showcase the way Juju got Eagles fans going? And I'm going to share some stories that my dad told me after.
Obviously, I'm not going to put the video on. I should say the volume.
The Philly faithful was not very happy with this, but you see Steeler Nation in full force in the,
Wait, hold on. Let me see something here.
Looks like more Steeler fans, right?
I thought somebody was getting into a fight, but it's somebody high-fiving each other.
And now here's what I will tell you. My dad actually got confronted by an Eagles fan. They were in a section. Now, I'm going to use random numbers here because I don't remember the actual section they were in. It was like section 326 or something, and some people started yelling at him saying, "You're in my spot." And he goes, "No, we're not. Look at the tickets. This is 326. You're supposed to be in 324. He goes, "This is 324. My dad's like, "Well, you could be a little nicer about it, and maybe I work with you, but I'm not even going to, this is my seat, and I'm not leaving." So, no, the guy, he wouldn't admit he was wrong, but he was screaming at my dad and my uncle. Oh, hey, Eagles fan, fighting with another Eagles fan being my uncle, too. So, that's Philly for you. Now, he did tell me there were almost a bunch of fights between Steelers and Eagles fans. He was saying that the Eagles fans were not happy. Now, get this, Alex. Now, we've said millions of times, preseason matters. Yeah. Well, Eagles fans didn't like that because the Steelers, every time the Steelers would make big plays, they'd celebrate like a regular season game. And the Eagles fans were mad because the Steelers fans were taking it to heart. Like the Steelers were treating it like it was their Super Bowl. I mean, why would you go to a game and not be rooting for your team, cheering for your team, whatever? We had, my dad was telling me there were people arguing with each other, like, calm them Eagles fans, calm them Steeler fans down. This is our house, this, that, So I definitely I probably would have gotten into a fight if I was there, I think because
this would have been Sean's fight.
No, I'm not you. Thank you. You're one wearing a Jets jersey here, so.
It's because I lost the bet.
Yeah, okay. Keep telling yourself that.
It's because you talk too much.
Yeah, exactly. He talks too much. Anyway, no, my dad got a compliment from some Philly fans because my dad, he was cheering for his team. Don't get me wrong. He was excited for the comeback, but he wasn't all out, celebrating, running up and down the stairs like someone we know. But, he would celebrate. The Eagles fan pats him on the back and says, "Wow, you're one of the most calm Steeler fans I ever met." He goes, "Well, I'm just here to enjoy the game and root for my team. I'm not, it's a preseason game. I'm not going to, my son's not here. So, I'm taking it back. I'm taking it a notch back a little." So, he's like, it was a compliment. It was one of the few nice Eagles fans he met. But he did say Steeler Nation was in full force, more so than the last time I was there. So I wish I could have been there, but we're looking at going to Pittsburgh this year. So stay tuned for that. We might have some updates on that soon. But all in all, again, state champions This is the one time where I wish I was in PA just so I could brag to everybody. But you know what? I could, that's what Instagram is for. So, Eagles fans really are not talking after last night's game, but we're going to get into that once we're done with week 1. So that was Thursday night's games. The Washington football team got robbed 22-13, and then the Steelers clinched the Keystone Championship against the Philadelphia Eagles.
So, TD said, typical Eagles fan can be civil and normal, or kind to anybody. TD says they can also cry next time. They can cry about it. I hope they dance even harder next time. Have a Super Bowl halftime show sponsored by Pittsburgh singing "Cry Eagles Cry." Good one,
oh
TD.
my! See, you know what? We may not agree on the same teams, but we can always agree on something.
Yeah,
we hate the Eagles.
Yep.
Yeah.
We hate the Eagles, and that's one thing that I'm happy about being here in New York. I have something in common with everyone. I met a guy today at work, and I was telling him all the stories, and he's like, "Wow, you must be," he's pretty much like, "You must be happy to be here now." I said, "Oh yeah, no more Philly fans. It makes me a very happy man."
But maybe you get an increase in Dallas fans.
somewhat.
We beat them too, so
we all beat them the last time.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
regular season or not.
Yeah. So for Friday, we'll talk about Saturday as well. Then we're also going to get into breakdowns and stuff like that. We're also going to talk about which quarterbacks did the best in terms of rookie quarterbacks from week 1, because that is obviously the big thing now. And we're gonna we're not going to forget about 2 things: undrafted free agents, the quarterbacks who played, and quarterbacks last year that were drafted but didn't play at all in the 2020 season. James Morgan being one of those guys.
They're practically rookies.
Yeah.
They're rookie 2.0s.
TD says, I'll tell you what, though, if the Cowboys collapse this year, the Laker fans will be really upset. Yeah, I do agree with that. I do agree with that. So to go over the scoreboard on Friday, I kept somewhat track of these games. More of the Cowboys won, but Titans-Falcons, the Titans just absolutely
Julio Jones returns to Atlanta, right?
Yeah, but he didn't play probably. 23-3. The Bills beat the Lions on a field goal to win the game.
The Bills were dominating all game.
The 16-15 was the score, and just some side notes.
Can I get you guys' thoughts on something?
I'm
sorry to.
Sure.
I'm sorry to interrupt. What did you guys think of what Dan Campbell said after he cut Don Moore back, the long snapper?
You don't say that in a press conference.
No.
He's a wannabe Joe Judge, and we've all joked about it before. But you don't go out in a press conference once you cut the long snapper the past how many years? Oh, I'm an asshole.
I think it's funny, though.
Yeah,
Alex, I was going to say,
fucking parade.
With the rookie QBs, when we go from game to game, just so we keep it all in one shot, why don't we just do that? Oh, I probably should have said something about Mac Jones then. Oh.
Well, we'll get to that, trust me.
Well, he played yesterday too, so
yeah. I mean, we'll look at that.
We'll get to that when we get to the last Eagle game.
Some notes about that Detroit game that I did capture just a little bit. I didn't watch the game because it was blacked out in my area, but Bobby
it was blacked out. Wait,
yes,
I got the Titans game.
You couldn't watch it.
I was watching on my phone. I didn't see, but that's odd.
Okay,
that's weird. I mean, we don't. Now, you guys could correct me if I'm wrong. I just moved here, but we don't get Buffalo stations, right?
No, we don't.
No. I mean, I could be overreacting and say we just didn't get the game, but we got.
I think the initial game was supposed to be Titans.
No. Actually, now that I think about it, Luca, when we checked the guide, it was supposed to be the Lions game, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. That's a blackout.
Hold on. I'll check in a sec.
Kind of like the Pittsburgh thing. Remember? Eastern PA.
Yeah, hold on.
Just like New York here. Because it was supposed to be.
Because remember too, there have been times where the guide has given you the wrong game. Remember in PA when they told me I was getting the Washington and Dallas, and instead it was actually the Steeler game.
Yeah. So
I'm gonna confirm and see because
imagine getting fired on your 40th birthday. That's
okay. It was Bills Lions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Once again, I didn't get that
We
game.
got confirmation. That's still weird though, because normally they don't put the other game on. Normally they'll just put on like NFL films or something.
Mets are already losing, by the way.
Ugh, TD. TD. If I were you, I'd just stop watching. Get ready for Giants. I'd say get ready for the Giants, but I forgot the Jets own you now.
Alex,
I'm just
what
messing
jersey
around.
you wearing?
Yeah, Alex, how's that jersey? How's it,
Unfortunately, well, I'll explain this later, but yeah, I did lose a bet, so I'm wearing Nick Mangold. But as far as the Bills Lions goes, Penei Sewell was absolutely obliterated by Gregory Rousseau, and a lot of Giants content creators, including myself, were saying that he was going to be a raw prospect coming out. A lot of people acted like he was trash, but he was just raw and inexperienced. But he just absolutely demolished Penei Sewell. And this was the first best O-line prospect. And both of those guys did not play in 2020. So you could say, you can't say, this guy didn't play last year. Well, both of them didn't play last year. And Bobby Hardley, former Giants 7th-round pick, the horrible offensive tackle, who quoted in 2017 that he was the best right tackle in the NFL, actually got beat a bunch of times on the right and the left side. And Bills fans already hate him. I mean, I just saw the multiple tweets. Bobby Hart is useless. We can't run the ball because of Bobby Hart. Well, listen, you picked up that guy, and I guess he looks like he's going to get cut now. But you know who also had a nice game? Davis Webb.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
I'm sure you're very jealous.
I'm not jealous at all.
Yeah.
11 for
if he becomes
16
the next
for 90 yards and a touchdown. Goff played a little bit. He went 7 for 9 for 56 yards. David Blow, 5 for 6 for 76 yards. So no touchdowns thrown. It was one rushing touchdown by Craig Reynolds. I don't know who the hell that is.
I've seen more names this year that I have not recognized in a long time. Normally, I go into preseason, I recognize most of the names, even the third and fourth string. I don't recognize any of these names this year. Why even the Steelers? Like, I'm hearing names I never heard of before.
Yeah, I just got an ad. I'm like, what the hell's that sound? I just got an ad for anti-tobacco use or anti-vape use. I'm like, what the hell is that sound? I'm like,
what is that, like to quit smoking?
The quit vaping one.
Well, I mean, that's an ad I think we should all get behind there.
Well, I mean, if
I have personal
somebody
reasons for that, but,
if somebody came to me and said, "Listen, we need you to sponsor us. We need you to advertise us on a channel, anti-smoking," I said, "Okay, you got mine."
I would gladly. I've seen way too many things, so I would gladly sponsor an anti-smoking thing.
That was weird. Danny Dimes talking to Zach Wilson after the game was like a veteran rookie talking to a rookie. I do agree with that.
That is true.
The Cowboys-Cardinals, that game was, that was back and forth somewhat towards the end.
It was a fun game to watch, honestly. That game I did watch.
The Cardinals at the end, they obviously took the win. I wanted somewhat of a tie because I'm like, this team's overrated and this team is in my division.
Yeah, but come on. You can't tell me you want the Cowboys to win.
I'm not saying the Cowboys to win. No.
I wouldn't.
Cardinals are tie. And you know how I feel about the Cardinals, of course.
Yeah, well, we all do. But again, I wouldn't root for Dallas. Well, it's not really rooting for Arizona. It's just rooting against Dallas. Which, there's actually Cowboys fans already starting to panic. 0-2 in the preseason. Dak's already out the rest of the preseason and possibly week 1. Cowboys fans are starting to panic. Tampa Bay, opening night.
Oh, yeah. They were going to lose that game regardless.
I'll be honest. I don't even know if I want to watch that game. If the Yankees are on, then you won't see me watching that game. Honestly. I don't care. That is the crappiest matchup they could have picked.
What's up with these new textures to the emojis on YouTube? I don't know. I don't spend much time on that. I'll read the first 3 games for Saturday, and then I'll hand it off to Luca, who probably should have his page open. The Dolphins, the Bears, Justin Fields looked.
I watched that game.
Or I should say for Sean's grammar, he looked pretty well. He went a total of 14 for 20, 142 yards and a touchdown.
Well, way better than Tua.
8 for 11, 99 yards and an interception. Jacoby Brissett and Reed Sinnott, which will probably be part of my UDFA/rookie recap. Both of them went 6 for 10. Brissett tossed a touchdown. You take a look at the Broncos game, which I did catch a little of when I was upstate. The Vikings absolutely looked like they didn't belong there. The Broncos, Patrick Surtain, their first-round pick 6 to the house. And I understand they were playing Kellen Mond and Jake Browning, but
Minnesota did not show up. They absolutely got slaughtered.
yeah. Shep threw hands with Troy Hill at practice. We will get to that, trust me. And then T says, and I also saw Cam Thomas appears to be killing it for the Nets in the summer league.
We'll get to all of that. Don't worry.
Yeah. So after that, Kellen Mond, Drew Lock had a game, a total of, if this thing won't scroll on me, had a total of 5 for 7, 151 yards and 2 touchdowns. So you have to be somewhere.
Yeah. You also got to remember, it was against second stringers, third stringers. So take it with a grain of salt. But if I were a Broncos fan, I'd be happy after that game. That was an all-around dominating win.
Yeah,
that was a good game for the Broncos.
Yeah. So then I think I went. Okay, so I got one more game to cover a little bit. We'll obviously cover Trevor Lawrence towards the end. Kyle Lauletta actually had a good game for the Browns, tossing 19 for 27.
All former Giants QBs looking pretty good so far.
212 yards and 2 touchdowns. Browns won 23-13. Luca, if you want to take over from there, I'll let you do it, unless you want me to keep going for like a game or two.
Why is there an Eagles fan there? Okay, Washington just scored a touchdown to take the lead, and I see an Eagles fan. Eagles, fly. Shut up.
All right, so to recap the latter half of Saturday's games, my New York Jets beat the New York Giants 12-7. Let me pull up the box score. Zach Wilson had a solid debut. Pass rush looked solid. Christ.
Copyright.
Sorry.
Copyright.
You fix that.
I'm sorry, Alex. I didn't know.
I
didn't know it was going to get pop up. G.
Copyright. Come at us, YouTube. We're waiting. Come on, we'll get Chiseled Adonis as our lawyer. He's beat YouTube before. He can do it again.
Hey, Alex, can you please edit the intro to include Sean's Eagle fan impression for every video? I think
please?
I can do that. I think I can do that. I think I definitely. You know what? Tonight I might just work on something like that.
I have too much fun hating Philly.
All right, so I'm back at it. Hopefully there's no distractions this time. Fucking NFL.com with stupid ads. Anyway, Alex, I hear a bit of an echo.
Yeah, I do too.
Let me lower it. What about now?
I think I'm fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't hear anything. All right, so
I still do.
Now I do.
Nice job, Mr. Host.
Go ahead.
For the Jets, Zach Wilson tossed 63 yards, 6 for 9, no touchdowns. He looked very solid, very script with his reads. Just they went with short passes. They coated him with a nice run game. Very solid debut overall from Wilson. Nothing spectacular, nothing horrible. He hit his receivers in stride. Nothing really much I could say about that. The Jets' run game looked solid. Their leading rusher was Ty Johnson, 33 yards on 9 carries. LaMichael Pirine with 30 yards on 12 carries. Run game looked solid. It looked like they coated Zach Wilson and the quarterbacks very well. In the other quarterback room, we got Mike White and James Morgan. Mike White completed 13 passes out of 19 attempts, 13 for 19 with 127 yards. James Morgan was 5-9 for 45 yards. Into the receiving section, the Jets' leading receiver was Denzel Mims. He had a solid show-out, 51 yards and 3 receptions, including a crucial third down in which Denzel Mims literally brought 7 Giants defenders with him on a
third. That's not the worst part. The worst part was it was a 3rd and 18.
Yeah, it was just.
I got to share something real quick. I have to. This was from. This shirt, my cousin is from when I was a baby. and I want to showcase it. That is my cousin Miranda wearing my Derek Jeter jersey from many years ago.
Oh, wow.
I'll send it to you, Alex. I'll screenshot it.
All right, to continue with the Jets, Denzel Mims, 51 yards, 3 receptions. Vincent Smith, 39 yards, 3 receptions. Corey Davis, 2 receptions, 18 yards. A solid receiving game. The Jets put up 5 sacks against the New York Giants and against their shitty O-line.
Excuse me. You want to start? I'll okay the trash talking. That was the second team O-line. First team O-line did pretty solid.
Okay, they allowed a sack.
Oh, wait. I got to crop
A UDFA from last year sacked your quarterback, Alex.
Rip.
Okay, and a 7th-round pick sacked you guys.
Okay, Alex, who's your right tackle?
Matt
When
Pert.
that happened? Pert? Yeah, Pert's trash. Anyway. Back to the point. Jets had a very solid...
Okay, you won, but no. Don't go ahead and start saying shit you're going to regret later.
Okay. The Giants turned over the ball a lot. They turned the ball over on downs.
Oh, he's back. CM Punk is back on AEW. Let's go. CM Punk is back. TD, I know you used to watch wrestling. CM Punk is back. Oh, I can't. Oh, I'm going to have to watch AEW. I'm going to have to rewatch that later.
Luca, keep going, please.
Oh, my God.
So the Jets didn't really have interceptions. I believe they had 1 fumble recovery. Jets had 5 sacks in total. Bryce Huff with 2. Hamilcar Rashed with 1.5. And 1 by Jonathan Marshall. A half sack by Michael Dwumfor, who was cut. The kicking did not too well. Chris Nagar missed from, I don't remember where. It was a long field goal. He was 1 for 2. Matt Amendola made 1 extra point. That was pretty much that. I think the Jets had a solid debut, solid game management, everything else you need to know. Rounding out Saturday's final games, the Bengals beat the Bucs 19-14. The Texans beat the Packers 26-7. The Chiefs beat the 49ers 19-16. The Raiders beat the Seahawks 20-7. And the Chargers beat the Rams in the Battle of LA 13-6. Sunday, the Colts beat the Panthers 21-18. And where the first, sensitive taunting call was made.
Oh, my God. That was embarrassing.
John Mara's so out of touch for what he said. I never mentioned it. I never ranted on it, but that will come shortly, guys.
All right, so, Alex, what are your takeaways from the Giants game?
Well, we're going to go into this a couple of different ways. Obviously, I would also like to discuss what happened a little bit today. We'll blend a couple of things in. But in terms of the Giants game, the quarterbacks didn't really play well. Clayton Thorson was 5 for 16. He overthrew a lot of passes. He threw a lot of passes that were like, what the fuck are you doing? He threw a fastball check down to a covered running back, which doesn't make any sense. Like that. No, it does not make any sense. What was I going to say along that line? Corey Clement would have been better looked at if he did not fumble in the red zone. Something that the Giants have not been able to do is score in the red zone, and they didn't score in the red zone there. They haven't scored in the red zone in years, and you can't do that when you're competing for a spot. You cannot absolutely not do that. You just can't do that. In terms of like negative spots, the second team O-line was absolutely garbage. I'm going to say it right now as blunt as possible. Jake Burton, Brett Hedgie, Chad Slade, Kenny Wiggins, and Jackson Barton, they were all garbage. Can't change my opinion on that. I mean, they were just not good. Whether Thorson was throwing the ball like garbage, whether he was throwing the ball well, he was being sacked and pressured constantly. And I understand, it's preseason week 1, but when the Giants don't have a lot of depth at that certain position, tackle, they're fine. Nate Solder is going to be their backup tackle, which is something I don't have a problem with. The problem is, though, we have no guards. Jonathan Harrison, he's playing this week likely. But other than that, who do you have? That's my problem. Some other weaknesses. I mean, Rodarius Williams played okay. Madrea Harper wasn't really good. Rodarius Williams, I mean, he allowed 8 catches for 99 yards. But once again, it's zone defense, so you're giving up a little bit more, but you're not giving up the
It's not
big
like
play.
Graham was doing anything special. He's playing vanilla.
Yeah, he was playing very vanilla. And the second thing that I would have to say is that, he's a rookie. You want him to get that experience before the regular season, stuff like that. Like Rodarius Williams, he showed out in camp. For the first few days before the Jets game. We all said the same thing about the 4th round pick from last year, Darnay Holmes. Well, honestly, he wasn't too good against the Steelers, the Bears, and a couple other first games there, and then he started to mature. T says, I actually respect Nate Solder, glad he's on the team. At this point, yeah, I am glad he's on the team. Unfortunately, the first part of his contract and the first part of his tenure with the Giants actually didn't work too well. But obviously, once again, now that he's here, I think a lot of fans appreciate him more and would rather take him over Chad Slade and Jackson Barton. In terms of the bright side for the New York Giants, well, actually, let me add, they had 3 injuries in that game. Josh Kelleu, the Tennessee Titans' former safety, or special teams guy mainly, he tore his pectorals after the season. TJ Brunson, who laid out Kenny Yeboah and forced the fumble, he's out for the season with a torn ACL, unfortunately, 7th-round pick from last year. And then Kyle Murphy, he's out for the season with, I think it's like a shoulder injury or some sort of injury, knee injury, whatever. He will not return to the team unless he gets cut with an injury designation. Then they have to re-sign him and waivers and everything like that and pass a physical. So it's a whole process, but they're probably keeping him on there because they like him a lot at the guard position. Now you take a look at the guys that actually did well. Carter Coughlin, converting from the edge position to more of a rotational inside linebacker, 5 tackles, 1 sack, 1 forced fumble, and a tackle for a loss. Was pretty good in the run game. Yes, 3 season-ending injuries, but they're mostly role players, so I can't necessarily say, oh, well, these guys were going to be the biggest impacts on this team. Other than that, David Sills did okay. He caught 3 passes for a total of 49 yards, had that big 34-yard reception, caused a penalty near the end zone. Brandon Eichels was the one who had the pass interference penalty. Other than that, he should have caught 2 balls. Corey Ballantyne, the former Giant, in coverage. He should have got those 2 balls, especially the one that was going down the sideline. He should have caught that. He just should have caught that, in my personal opinion. Especially when you're on the roster and you're a deep ball guy, you're not necessarily the greatest route runner, and you want to go up for 50-50 balls, you have to go up and get it. Other than that, Sandro Platzgummer, he did well. 4 rushes, 34 yards, that big run to the outside where the one guy missed the tackle on the Jets. That could have been very well a safety, but crushed it to the outside. That kind of looked like Saquon Barkley's first run, but we're not going to compare that. I have a joke to make on an inside joke. I made it to Luka when he first ran the ball, but obviously I'm not going to say that on here because I would like this to be not confrontational and stuff like that.
I think it should be.
Sean's trying to get me copyrighted now.
Well, no, that was a crowd chant, so no. Okay. By the way, the crowd was electric at AEW tonight when CM Punk came back. It is a beautiful sight. I am so happy.
Okay. Other standouts for the Giants, I think Andrew Thomas, Will Hernandez, and Nick Gates did well on the offensive line. Parrott obviously had that one snap where he got beat by Bryce Huff off the edge. In terms of other standouts, CJ Board was good on kick returns. But overall, 3 players or a couple of players that I'm going to leave that till the latter part of the preview for week 2. But I just wanted to do some takeaways. If you haven't already watched the first half of the Big Blue in the Bronx podcast that came out today, watch the first half of that. That's basically a whole dive down recap as well as the video that came out before that. So real quickly, I'm going to go into which rookie quarterbacks did well this week, or actually say last week. So this is so far of the draft class of this year. This can include undrafted free agents as well, but most likely draft picks. So Mac Jones against the Washington football team, he had 2 rushes for no yards, but most importantly, 13 for 19 for 87 yards. Justin Fields went 14 for 20, 142 yards and a touchdown. Trevor Lawrence, 1 fumble, 71 yards and 6 for 9. Zach Wilson, 6 for 9 for a total of 63 yards. Kellen Mond, 6 for 16, 53 yards. Davis Mills, 11 for 22, 112 yards and an interception. Ian Book, the Notre Dame guy we all know, 9 for 16, 126 yards and an interception. Kyle Trask, 4 for 15 for 35 yards. And Shane Buechele, I think he's with I forget which team he's with. I want to say he's with the Kansas City Chiefs. If I want to do that research just real quickly, he is with the Kansas City Chiefs. So I was right on that one. He was 8 for 11 and 76 yards. They do have 2 undrafted QBs on that team, so shots to them. You look at last year's draft class, Jordan Love, 12 for 17, 122 yards and a touchdown. Jake Fromm, 8 for 13, 65 yards and a sack. Reed Sennett, 6 for 10, 51 yards. James Morgan, 5 for 9, 49 yards. Anthony Gordon, 11 for 17, 79 yards. Bryce Perkins, 7 for 10, 42 yards and a touchdown. Jacob Eason, 15 for 21, 183 yards. And I forgot to add this guy to this year's draft class, Sam Ellinger, 10 for 15, 155 yards and an interception. Real quickly, I do want to get to one guy I did miss. One of my friends would be very mad at me if I missed him, but Trey Lance, 5 for 14, 128 yards. And
that 80-yard pass, don't let that distract you from the other, plays. He didn't look all that great. I'm not buying into his hype just yet.
Luca?
Yeah, I mean, it's just if you look at the stats, it's that 180-yard play that blows up the entire stat sheet and just hides the 5 for 14.
Yeah. Statistically, for players that look good out of last year's class, it seems that Jordan Love played well. He's not playing this week.
Minor shoulder problems. They said he's probably going to sit out this week. They said they're trying to be really cautious with them.
Yeah. In terms of last year's draft class and anyone that did horribly, I can't really say anyone did horribly. I mean, the worst quarterback, sorry, Luca, would probably have to be James Morgan, 5 for 9, 45 yards. But obviously, you can dip and dunk that. Because
he really didn't do much. If I could be, I mean, his stats were pedestrian, but they were also running the football a lot during his time.
Yeah. Also, the worst we could make the case that Trey Lance was one of the worst rookie quarterbacks basing off of preseason week 1. Once again, it's a preseason, nothing to get your balls twisted about. But easily the worst quarterback, I'm going to have to say right now, based on completion percentage, Kyle Trask, 4 for 15.
Unless his receivers weren't catching passes. But I would have to look at the highlights and see what's going on.
Yeah, it looks like Mac Jones did pretty good. Justin Fields obviously did pretty well. That was one of the highlights of the week. Otherwise, Zach Wilson did okay. Trevor Lawrence did okay. He fumbled once, but nothing too much to say, nothing too much to rave about. In terms of rookie quarterbacks, obviously Justin Fields and the guys we did point out. In terms of this week, now obviously, they got the games going on right now, which I'll dip into if there's any undrafted free agent quarterbacks or whatever. Shane Buechele actually is 9 for 11, 115 yards and a touchdown. So that's obviously something good for the Kansas City Chiefs in their quarterback battle. I think it's him and Anthony Gordon. You take a look at last night, and we could all talk about this game. We could all dip into a conversation. I didn't watch the game personally, but I know some of you guys did, I think. Mac Jones, 13 for 19, 146 yards, has still not passed for a touchdown. The touchdowns really go to Ramondre Stevenson and J.J. Taylor and Damian Harris. But who wants to talk about the game that happened last night?
That was that was a game. That was
I didn't watch it, so
I watched
saw part of it.
I only saw a little bit. I mostly watched highlights. The final score, 35-0. The Patriots sit on the Eagles.
And if I want to
makes the Patriots not very patriotic to sit on your national bird.
I must agree with that. That's a good one. Just as a point,
that's my best dad joke.
Yeah, you're already ready for dadhood, Sean. Quinn Norton missed 2 extra points and a field goal, so obviously, I guess
could have been worse.
Is the better option. But they already won 35-0. I guess they don't care. But they go to 2-0, and the Eagles go to 0-2. Total of 4 sacks for the Patriots. Both quarterbacks threw interceptions. Mullins, I believe, looked the worst out of the quarterbacks.
Mullins wasn't too good.
Well, no, Mullins was terrible.
Like I've been saying, I even said a little bit after the whole game, the preseason game for the Giants and the quarterbacks. Maybe we pick up Nick Mullins. I'm like, I don't know that I want to do that anymore.
I mean,
I guess he beat the Raiders. He has to be good.
You had Giants fans going out there and saying, we want Josh Rosen.
You can scratch that off the cat list. Absolutely not. And I don't care.
He's a journeyman.
I'd rather – I'm sorry, I have to say this. I'd rather have Josh Johnson as my backup quarterback. That takes balls to say.
I don't know if I'd go that far, but –
okay.
I mean, they're basically the same value.
Bills. Hell am I talking about? Bucks.
What?
I said I was answering TD's thing. Trask is on the Bucks.
Can I go into my little discussion about the Jets?
Real quickly, I just want to give an update on tonight's games. I'm just gonna, before we do the Jets, I just want to break down the rest of the week's games before.
Sure. Actually, I do want to pull that up. Just give me one.
I got it right here.
I'm gonna pull it up for myself.
Tomorrow, Bills and Bears at 1 p.m. Mitch Trubisky returns to Chicago. Does he get standing ovation or is he going to get booed out the stadium?
Probably booed.
And if he's going against the starters, how well will he perform?
Well,
no, I imagine he'll get a lot of playing time.
I would imagine. I think it's going to be one of them situations. Now, I don't know what the hell the Bills are doing in terms of starters. I think it's going to be one of them situations where Trubisky's going to be with the ones.
Yeah. Who knows? I mean, anything's possible. Give Allen that big contract, so they're going to protect him at all costs now. So I guess we'll see. Now, Justin Fields, if the Bills do play their ones, how do you think Justin Fields will play against some of their best, one of the best defenses in the league?
I think he's honestly going to struggle because, we saw.
It also depends on who. Did they say who's going to start?
Not necessarily, but I would imagine that their defensive coordinator, I think that's Leslie Frazier, if I'm not mistaken, and even if maybe let's just say Jerry Hughes or Micah Hyde doesn't play. If two of those players don't play, they still got the rest of that defense.
Yeah.
I think Tre'Davious White will play. If he doesn't, then it's going to be some of the guys on the back end. That's still a pretty good defense.
All I would say is I think I'd rather have Fields out there than Andy Dalton because Dalton has played some good defenses before. Fields, if you throw him into the fire, he can only learn from this.
Yeah.
Take it as a learning experience. That's how I would look at it. So that's an intriguing game. Even for a regular season game, I think that'd be an intriguing game. Next game, Luca, we'll let you do a Jets preview for this one. The Jets are going to head to Green Bay, nationally televised NFL Network, no Jordan Love, to take on the Green Bay Packers. And the Green Bay Packers have allowed 20-plus points in 6 straight preseason games. So, obviously, the Packers have struggled defensively in the preseason. It's in Lambeau Field, so you're going to have to deal with the cheeseheads. What are you looking for in this game? And then me and Alex will look at it from the Packers' perspective.
Okay.
What's your perspective as a Jets fan going into this
Alex,
one tomorrow?
who is their best? Do you think Rodgers will play?
Ben Kurt's going to start. Yeah, it's going to be Ben Kurt. So this is a good opportunity for the Jets to win, I would say.
Yeah, that eases up the chance. You think the ones would play, Alex, right? For defense, meaning Green Bay?
I would say most of the ones. Maybe if the Smith brothers don't play, that's a possibility. Maybe Jair Alexander doesn't play. I don't know. I'm not a Packers fan. See, the problem is with the way the preseason's been going in the past couple of years, and last night on the podcast, which was when I was recording it, I kept asking Rod, I said, is Denzel Ward going to play? Is John Johnson going to play? He said probably not. So I kept asking those questions. I'm like, I don't know who the fuck is going to play.
It's hard to gauge because it's a different style preseason. Now, aside from Pittsburgh and Dallas, it's so hard to gauge because usually weeks 1 and 2, where maybe the starters get some reps, maybe not. But when you're traditionally the second to last week of preseason, this would normally be the dress rehearsal game for the starters. Now I don't know, because week 3, then you got the bye week, and then week 1 of the regular season. So it's weird the way they're doing it this year. It's so nobody knows what to expect. I know the Steelers starters are playing, but it makes sense for the Steelers because they've got 4 preseason games. Now, we'll get to the Giants in a little bit, but I know you said something about Daniel Jones playing week 3, but there
is a chance actually that Daniel Jones actually does not play this week.
Yeah, exactly. And the motto always was, don't get hurt the last game of preseason. Mm-hmm. So it's weird. But anyway, Luca, I'll let you do your Jets preview. Unless Alex has any reason. Talk about
Carl Lawson too.
Cut you out. I think he can cover his own team. Technically, it's your team now too. So,
all right. So the biggest headline of the week for the New York Jets: Carl Lawson, their big free agent signing when it comes to defense. Edge rusher tore his Achilles, out for the year. A few other players got hurt. Zane Lewis is out for the year with sprained ACL. Denzel Mims also got injured, but it was more of a precaution. Also, Sheldon Rankins was also taken off the field. Mekhi Becton's not playing as well as you think. I'm a little worried coming to this game as like a preseason fan. I just want to see growth again from Zach Wilson and all the guys gaining the chemistry and all that. I wonder if the Packers starters will play on the defensive side. If he does face the ones meeting Zach Wilson, I think he'll struggle a little bit because they do have a solid pass rush. I mean, they have a good pass rush. It depends who they play, who they don't play. And you also got the good secondary. Maybe Corey Davis, Burns, Kevin King. But anyways, I just want to see development. I want to see growth in the preseason. Somebody says Matt LaFleur would be smart to sit all of his veteran starters tomorrow. A key player getting hurt in the regular season is called football. A key player getting hurt in the preseason is called stupidity. And apparently Packers Daily says do not expect to see starters versus the Jets. So this eases the pressure off of Zach Wilson. And this is a discussion I want to have with you guys just for a little bit. Jets fans are calling for no more jointed practices because of the injuries. What do you guys say?
No.
I said it before. I think joint practices are good to have real competition. You need real competition. If you're just going to practice against your team, you're not going to learn anything. I'm sorry. You're just not.
That's what happened with y'all last year.
Yeah, exactly. And we saw how everything turned out last year. I do think there should be some sort of limit, though. I don't, again, it's only a practice. It's not like they're going out and they're going to play a game, unless they are actually playing games, which I know some teams have done that before. I'm not against them. I do think with long trips like that out to Green Bay, it can easily wear a player down. So I can see where conflict arises, but I'm for joint practices because it's real competition. That's how I look at it.
And it goes with the whole preseason discussion. Alex, what do you think?
I definitely do agree that there should be some limits, but what the hell? And once again, preseason games could be a different story, obviously. What the hell are you going to gain out practicing against your own squad? You're an offensive lineman, for example. You know the person. Let's just say Andrew Thomas. I'm Andrew Thomas, right? And I'm facing Lorenzo Carter.
You're actually Nick Mangold. Thank you.
Shut up. Okay. if you want to put in those terms, sure. But Andrew Thomas, the guy in front of him rushing against him is Lorenzo Carter. By this time in camp, he will know all of his pass rush moves and all the stuff. So Andrew Thomas is like, okay, I got to prepare for this, and this. But when you're facing guys like Myles Garrett, or if you're like Mekhi Becton facing Za'Darius or Preston Smith, you're not going to know what's coming. So it's good for them.
Not unless you're doing the scouting.
Yeah, it's not planning. Just, this guy looks good in camp against his own team. And you don't even know. You don't even know how good it's going to be because if it's, let's just say the Giants offense does good mostly in camp, you're going to either say, well, the defense is bad or the offense is good. You don't know which one to pinpoint. So if you're going up against the Browns defense, the Giants actually did a pretty good job with offense today. Now, of course, a Browns beat reporter came out and said, "Oh, Daniel Jones threw 3 straight interceptions." No, he didn't. He threw 1 interception. That's still not good. But once again, don't be putting that narrative out there. I'll be on Sean's side and I could say fuck the Browns. But with that being said, like if you look at the Browns defense and they have a pretty good defense, and your offense has success, it's not going to matter with the preseason, no preseason, playbooks, no playbooks, whatever. You're having success against one of the NFL's best defenses. That should be a good thing. Yeah. So you know how to pinpoint that stuff if you're a coach.
And Zach Wilson was even mentioned, I think he was in the film room or something. He's like, I want to see how Aaron Rodgers beats these certain packages. I want to study that. And it's always good for a rookie or a player like that to study a different defense, a different team. That's why I don't get why people are against joint practices. I mean,
it's because everybody's afraid of injuries.
Injuries happen.
Injuries are going to happen whether it's a game or not.
I know it's ridiculous at this point, and to me, it's just stop whining about it. Okay, stop whining.
You could literally be walking. I could walk from here to the bathroom and I could get injured. Injuries are going to happen.
It's the game of football. Get over it.
TD says joint practices are really good in my opinion. Gives you look on both sides of the ball.
Yeah.
Jason says maybe in the future they go to 18 or whatever games have no preseason, just the joint practice. I would not. No. I would absolutely not like that.
No. That I hope
I
never
would consider
happens.
Protesting at that point.
I don't. Plus, yeah, no. I hope that never happens. And if it does, football is screwed. That's all I'm going to say.
Injuries after injuries, year after year in week 2, and then the stars will be getting hurt, and they'll be like, hey, what the hell? There's no training camp, preseason, stuff like that. You're not learning anything from practicing against your own team.
No, and even just from watching film, that's not enough. You got to be acting it out.
Yeah, I was going to say, everybody says preseason's a goddamn bed for injuries. Look at last year. To me, the earlier you get injured, the sooner you can recover. Like Carson Wentz, he had his injury obviously in training camp. What if he gets injured, I don't know, week 1 or week 2? What if the Colts fall down a cliff and they need him by and he gets back?
At least with preseason, if one of your starters goes down, at least you know what you have with your backups. Look at Dwayne Haskins right now. Haskins has been balling out this preseason. So at least I know if Ben gets hurt, we have a good backup quarterback. Now, obviously, Haskins could fall off these next 2 games, but I hope not. And at least I would know, hey, we got a solid backup. He can take over, no problem. Whenever Ben's ready, Ben can be ready. Is just hope, at least with preseason, you can see that. But no, it's not exciting enough. It's boring. Get rid of preseason. Anyway, Luca, anything else with the Jets? And then me and Alex will provide some Packer perspective, I guess.
Nothing else really in final thoughts.
All right, Sean, it's time to put on your cheesehead caps.
Yeah. Well,
I honestly don't know how much and what to say.
There's not much. Ben Kurt's going to be playing. I can't imagine there's going to be many starts. I know they're trying to protect Rodgers. I know they're trying to bring back Jordy Nelson and Clay Matthews.
If they play with their first team offensive line, it's probably not going to be Bakhtiari at left tackle. Other than that, they don't have much to protect.
No.
If I was the Jets, if I were the Jets, excuse me, and if I had my first team defense out there, I'd look to attack their offensive line.
Alex, but that is your first team defense. Look at the jersey you're wearing.
Asshole.
Next game.
So I guess this either is. So yeah, it looks like Ben Kurt's going to play the whole game then.
All I'm going to say is to wrap up this game. The Jets, this is a very good chance to see what they got. Because this is a good team, they're not gonna, if they're not playing their starters, it's a good chance to see what they got in Wilson and with their starters. That's how I would look at it. Next game, the Ravens will head down to Charlotte to face the Carolina Panthers at 7 p.m. from Bank of America Stadium. The Ravens have a very good 18-game winning streak going into this one. I don't know who's playing, so I honestly really don't know what to say about this.
Which game is this? Ravens who?
Panthers.
Okay, so I'm gonna guess that Darnold's probably playing.
I would hope so. If they don't play him, then Carolina's just stupid at this point.
I would imagine Tyler Huntley plays a lot in this game.
Oh yeah,
Sam
I
Darnold
can't imagine Lamar is going to be playing that much, considering he's been out most of camp.
Yeah.
And just for the record, Sam Darnold really thinks he's funny by joking at the Jets.
Oh, Luca's gonna go on a rant here.
Even though he should blame himself for being traded. I understand it was half the Jets' fault, but it's half his fault too, bud.
Well,
just sitting there taking sacks, throwing interceptions.
All you gotta do is just shut him up when that time comes. Yeah. So, yeah, I get. There's really not too much to take away. Biggest storyline out of this one are the Ravens going to keep this win streak going? It's phenomenal. They were actually I think they were losing for a little while last week. So
yeah, and then they came back and won.
So that's probably the most interesting storyline to come out of that one. That the next 7:00 game. And we're going polar opposite here. The Atlanta Falcons will head south to South Beach, Miami Gardens, I should say, not South Beach, because they can't play in the city for some reason, where the Falcons have lost 13 of their last 14 preseason games.
How could you fuck up in the preseason?
Now, the way I look at this game is, whether the Falcons play their starters or not, Tua needs a bounce back. And I imagine he would play, considering he played in Chicago last week. Tua needs a bounce back, and Atlanta's defense isn't good, whether it's starters or not. So this needs to be a good game for Tua, even if he just plays for a couple of drives, even if he plays one quarter. I don't care. I look at that game as he needs to improve. Tua, this is his best chance, my opinion. I don't know about you guys. What do you think?
I would definitely agree with that statement. Obviously, unlike with the Giants situation with Daniel Jones, they have a very capable starter behind him in Jacoby Brissett. So I guess they're putting the pressure early on with the put up or shut up time. Definitely, in my opinion, look for that. Even if they pass a lot, run a lot, whatever, look for that running game, because they did have 4.1 yards per carry last week, and a lot of running backs, also quarterbacks rushing the ball, but that could just be scrambling. I'm really looking for one player to kind of stand out, and he kind of had some nice targets last week. Also, Jalen Waddle on punt returns. I really want to see Mike Gesicki do well.
Yeah,
he
looked good last week.
Yeah, he looked good last week. I want to see him do well in Miami, and that's just my preview on that one. Real quickly, Jason Solo says that the Rays lost.
Let's go. Luca, thoughts on the Falcons-Dolphins game?
I don't have much to add. You guys probably hit the nail on the head.
All right. Next game, 7:30. This is turning into, I guess you could say, a preseason rivalry now. The Titans and the Bucks. They got into a skirmish at joint practice a couple days ago. This one at Raymond James Stadium. Tampa Bay has won 3 of its last 4 preseason games. Likely see Brady, considering he actually did play last week. So, my biggest takeaway, I guess you could say, I don't know if Tennessee's going to play their starters. I don't think they did last week. If they do, it's a good test for the Tennessee defense. Because Tennessee's defense obviously is not up to par.
Overrated.
Yeah, okay. Well, I think everybody knows that they're bad. That we know with the defense. So I think it's a good test, because you are going against one of the best offenses in the league. For Tampa Bay, I look at it the other way around, where you know what, you got a bad defense. Try some things, work some things out. Pretty much, run a simple game plan. Try. It's like when you got Garrett Cole pitching against, I don't know, the FCL Yankees. Just try some things. That's really all I can say for Tampa Bay. But for Tennessee, I think it's a good test on. I think it's a good test for them. Is that the game? Is that game over? Hold on. What was the final score? I wasn't even.
17-13 Washington. So they get the first win in the NFC East. And then Cardinals lost to the Chiefs, 17-10.
Arizona tried to come back. Yeah.
Tried. That's the keyword, tried.
I don't even think Kyler Murray play.
What'd you say?
Did Kyler Murray play? We'll get to the post games
Murray
after.
played a little bit.
I say
would
we
definitely
get the post game after.
I would definitely look for a running game because I think they want to. It's my take. I don't know the Titans from shit, even though the fact that they're overrated. That I would look for them to go to the running game because I want to see. I think they want to see mostly what they have behind Derrick Henry. I know Darrington Evans got a couple of carries last week. Brian Hill, the guy from Atlanta.
It's a good test because Tampa Bay's got one of the better defensive lines in the league.
Yeah. And then obviously what's behind Julio Jones and A.J. Brown. They got Chester Rogers in last week, but they mostly, in my opinion, well, not in my opinion, but they mostly went to the running game last week. So I'm definitely we're gonna see that this week with the Bucs and the Titans. So that's my thing on that.
Okay.
No final thoughts.
And I also want to say that whether Evans plays or Chris Godwin plays, I think it's going to be a test for the Tennessee secondary.
Yeah.
Caleb Farley particularly.
Caleb Farley, he's had like 17 back surgeries since the last time I changed my underwear.
Down, he still could be good in the NFL.
I just don't like that defense, but okay.
Well, I don't know anyone that does, but except for CBS in that one video, one picture I sent you.
We don't speak of that.
Yeah. Next game, I'll do a big breakdown. Kind of a big breakdown with this one. NFL Network, Lions, Steelers, 7:30 from Heinz Field. Detroit has lost 10 of their last 11 preseason games. This game, I don't know for how long. The starters for Pittsburgh will be playing. So will the starters for Detroit. So we'll get a little test of seeing who starts for who. The last time these teams met, 2017. This is Detroit's first of 2 trips to Pittsburgh this year. They will be coming back later in the season. Last time they met was in Detroit, where Pittsburgh won 20-15. That was Juju Smith-Schuster's 97 yard touchdown pass. Last time these teams met in Pittsburgh was 2016 preseason, where Detroit won that one. I don't remember the score, but that was I think it was a Dan Orlovsky friggin' Lions. I don't remember. That was the night Alex the Giants played the Dolphins at home. The night 2016. The year that was the day A-Rod retired. Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Giants game got delayed by that lightning storm. Again, I said it before, the starters will be playing. Ben actually did say in an interview that he wanted to play in Philly because he said he wanted to play in front of a hostile environment to get ready for week 1. I like that. I like that approach because Philly's Philly. You know it's going to be hostile. There's no doubt about it, but Tomlin could not get on board with it. Tomlin's doing everything he can to keep him healthy. Can't hate that, but again, too, I know my dad was bummed out when I told him that because, he had a chance to see Big Ben play. I just want – now I don't think TJ Watt's going to play. He's not holding out. He has been practicing. It's just he hasn't been going all out because they've been dealing with this contract thing. So that hopefully we'll get that issue resolved soon. I just want I'm not asking for a lot with this one. If one touchdown drive from the Steeler offense, then take Ben off the field. I'm happy. That's just preseason. Hopefully, that'll do that. But they said I don't know how long. Like I said before, I don't know how long he's going to play. The Lions, they're not a very good football team in general. So who knows? Maybe this game will be more interesting than thought because it is the Steelers after all. You never know. But no, I think it's good for Pittsburgh because if it's not the most talented offense and defense, you could try some things, as I mentioned before with the previous game. Just apply pressure to Jared Goff, make good catches on offenses. That's the one thing with Pittsburgh is they've been struggling in the first half with their first 2 games. So hopefully we could flip the switch on that. Hopefully Haskins will get some time with the ones. I don't know if he's going to. Tomlin really didn't say if he was or not. It would be nice, in my opinion. You give Ben some drives, give Haskins some drives. I don't think that's going to happen. Tomlin really wasn't fond of the idea. As far as Detroit goes, you're going against one of the best defenses in the league. So I don't know what to tell you, Detroit, with the offense, but as far as the defense goes, you're not versing the greatest of offenses, so that that's a good test for you guys. But yeah, as far as Detroit's offense, I don't know what to tell you because I know they're not the midseason form Steelers, but Jared Goff, I feel sorry for you after the last time we played you.
I don't really have much to say, but I think building the culture for the Lions, whatever the culture may be over there, since firing somebody or releasing somebody, calling them, you're saying you're an asshole. I don't know what the point was there, but that's not a message to your players that you should be sending, my personal opinion. But we'll see what happens with the Lions this week. They obviously lost towards the end, Bills last week, so I don't know if it's a defensive issue. I don't know if there's a lack of offense. I don't know what to expect there. But definitely, if Penei Sewell plays, he will be getting a test from that Steelers D-line, whoever it is. Alex Highsmith, if he plays, and all the other guys.
Highsmith has looked good this preseason, so he's one of them guys that looked good last week. Luka?
Yeah. I got to say this is a good game for Ben Roethlisberger and the offense to build up their chemistry more towards the season. Don't let Ben throw the ball 36 times
in a preseason game.
Split it split the running back reps and Big Ben's reps. That's it.
And that's what I like about this game is it's more traditional in terms of the preseason aspect because this is really the dress rehearsal game for the Steelers starters. So I imagine I would say I'd see him for either half a quarter or the whole first quarter. That would be my guess. So it's good. I like that, Luka, because at least it gives us a chance, to see what the Steelers offense brings. You finally give some Harris some more carries. I don't know why they're not giving him a whole lot of carries, but ain't really much more to add to that. That's on prime time. You guys can watch. Next up, 8 o'clock, U.S. Bank Stadium. The Vikings will look to bounce back after that rough game against the Broncos. They will host the Colts. Indianapolis has 3 giveaways in each of their last 3 preseason games. So with this one, I guess, obviously, Minnesota need a bounce back after last week. I would hope for some better results if I'm a Vikings fan. For the the Colts, I don't know why I said the Eagles. For the Eagles. The Colts, I guess just keep, Jacob Eason looked really good last week. So I guess that's more of just the same as last week. Just keep building that QB power, build up that depth because if, Wentz can't play, you'll need a backup. And those 2 guys have looked good so far. Well, I can't say for Ellinger. I really don't know what he's done, but Eason looked good last week. 15 to 21, 150
have it down. 50 for 21, 183 yards.
There you go. I was close. So, yeah, that's really it for the Colts. Like I said, for Minnesota, they need a better performance in general to get get some hope after that one. Anything else out of that?
I'll take a little bit. Obviously, you gotta look and see who's your prime. Who's going to be the starter? Because Carson Wentz is going to miss a couple of weeks. That's known to man. Obviously, see what is with Sam Ellinger. Obviously, Jacob Eason looked decent. I want to see, honestly, if I get to pay attention to that game at all, I know we'll be out doing something. But I would like to see what that offensive line looks like a little bit because it's changed just a tiny pinch. Quentin Nelson obviously out for a couple of weeks. They don't have a left tackle, so it's Will Holden from what I'm seeing here. And then, the right side's the right side of the offensive line. But in terms of that, their defense, I guess, looks pretty solid, even though TJ carries their second cornerback, which I don't know that you can rely on him for. If you can, then, well, I'm not a Colts fan. But, in terms of that, I don't really have any other takeaways in terms of this game. The Vikings, you need to get better on defense. But, definitely if the Vikings, and I think their first team will play a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah, I would assume so.
I'm looking for that defense. If that defense doesn't play, then I'm sorry. If you don't play against a second-tier quarterback that went in the 5th round last year, has not played a has not gotten that much preseason experience. I don't know what to tell you.
We'll go. Anything else to add?
To me, the most, the biggest focus in this game is probably going to be the Colts quarterback competition, really.
Yeah, well, again, they need a backup QB, and Eason looked good last week. So, now Ellinger has a chip on his shoulder. So, we'll see how that goes. Next game, also at 8 o'clock from AT&T Stadium, the Battle of the Lone Star State. The Houston Texans will travel over to Dallas to take on the Dak Prescott-less Cowboys, where the Cowboys have scored 1 touchdown in their last 8 quarters this preseason. All preseason, 1 touchdown. No Dak this preseason. Might not even be ready for week 1, they're saying. So he had to have like an MRI for something. So I'm not, Dallas fans are starting to worry. And I'll be honest, if Dak Prescott does not play for the Cowboys, it's a good test for Houston because now they'll have without Dak, at least some team will be on their level, I guess. I know Watson's not going to play. I don't think he will. So it kind of dummies down the competition for Houston a little bit. So, as far as that, the Dallas game goes, hope whoever your backup quarterback is, whether that be Cooper Rush, Ben DiNucci, or whoever the hell the other one is, I can't remember who off the top of my head. Better build up that backup QB because if that can't play, you can't have what happened last year. And I'm honestly thinking they probably should have brought Dalton back because I think I trust Dalton over the rest of the backups. But as far as Houston goes, just prepare for the tank. Win now, I guess. Win now. I don't know. I mean, at least earn some Lone Star pride. You could go 0-17 this year, but at least then you could say, well, we beat the Cowboys. That's how I would look at it from a Texans perspective.
In terms of the Texans, I definitely want to see how Tyrod Taylor plays. Obviously, Mills went, I think it was 11 for 22 with an interception. I definitely want to try to catch that game. If not, I'll obviously catch it later. A lot of former Patriots on this team, Rex Burkhead, Ryan Izzo, so obviously the Nick Caserio connection. Other than that, I want to see how some of their other receivers play. Luca, you said not Nick Mullins. What am I talking about? I'm looking at somebody else's name. You said Anthony Miller was out for the season, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I did see that.
Are the Texans so much of a shithole that I can't even find an official depth chart for them?
Imagine.
Seriously. I want to see. There's a lot of questions with this team. Larry Tunsil, he's out, so it's going to be Roderick Johnson, left tackle. Their team is a mess. I'm not going to go ahead and.
I wouldn't even try it.
I'm sorry, Texans fans, but this is the legend of somebody by the name of Bill O'Brien. Luca?
Yeah, I really don't have much to say about this game. I think this game is going to be trash.
Well, one team will definitely be. Hopefully, Dallas will be too. Next game, I actually, even though this game is in LA and it's nationally televised on NFL Network, I think this is pretty much going to be a Raider home game because it's a Raider town. The Raiders will face again, don't ask where this comes from, but supposedly the Raiders and Rams are rivals. If you Google Raiders-Rams rivalry, you'll find something. Anyway, the Raiders will head home to LA. Yes, I said home because, again, it is a Raider town to take on the Rams, who did not score a touchdown last week. The Raiders, the Rams are still looking for their first touchdown of this preseason. I really don't know I don't know what to take away from this game because, like the Ravens-Panthers, I don't know who's playing. I don't know who's not. If there is one thing, I guess as a Steelers fan, I'll say this. The Hodges looked pretty good last week. I mean, did throw an interception, but I want to see more of him because he actually looked pretty good last week. So there's one thing I want to see. It's that, but I'm curious to see how many, if Raider Nation will show up like everybody advertises. I really don't, there's not much I can come up with for this one.
In terms of the Raiders, I want to see if Derek Carr plays. Obviously, Nathan Peterman will play.
Oh, yeah. He looked good last week.
Marcus Mariota, I don't know what the story. I thought he would have played last week, but Peterman had the whole game to himself. I would say look for the running game. They ran it 7 more times than they passed it, but they actually no. Let me correct myself on that. They passed it more times than they ran it. They passed it about 39 times with Peterman last week, so that's interesting to say the least. I want to see what that defense looks like. Obviously, they must have played well, whether it's the second, third, or first team against the Seahawks, because they didn't do anything. Then again, they had Geno Smith, Sean Mannion, and Alex Magoo at a quarterback. But I want to see what that defensive line looks like, because I haven't seen it. I'll probably watch some highlights later, see what happened. And then the secondary, Trayvon Mullen, Casey Hayward, Nevin Lawson, some of those guys they brought over. So I'm not necessarily big into the Raiders hype if there is any. They did make some good draft picks on the side. It's not necessarily like, oh my God, they did reach on a couple of picks, but it wouldn't be a Raiders draft without that. Yeah. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with the Raiders. But I honestly will also want to see, he's probably not playing, but I want to see Jonathan Abram. He hasn't played, I think, in like 2 years or something due to injury. And if he did play last year, I'm sorry, I just missed it.
Okay.
It's going to be it's a test for the young Raiders defense. Rams are going to be well locked and loaded.
Yeah, the Rams they look like a good team this year. To wrap up Saturday night's games, this is a good one. I like this matchup. Now it's called Lumen Field. It's a weird name. I like the last one better. The Denver Broncos will face former Super Bowl daddy, the Seattle Seahawks, in Seattle, where they will face the 12th man. 12th man will be in action for the first time in 2 years. Denver has allowed 10 points or fewer in 5 of their last 7 preseason games. The last time these teams met, I know, was in the regular season. Actually, Denver won that game. That was with Case Keenum and the Broncos. Again, I don't know. Drew Lock played last week, right?
Yeah, he played
well. So I imagine he would play this week. So I don't know. I can't speak for Seattle because I know they didn't play their starters last week. So I don't know if they'll play this week. But looking at this from Denver's perspective, it's a good test, for the defense, if they play the starting offense for Seattle. If not, then it's just a game to work on things, give some young guys some playing time. Drew Lock, he needs another good statement game like last week. If he can do it again, then I'd have some hope as a Broncos fan. Hopefully enough hope to where I hope they beat the Giants in week 1. But why you give me the finger? You're a Jets fan. Anyway, that's really, like I said, the biggest thing to watch out for is Drew Lock in that game Saturday night. So that's a late one. So anybody willing to stay up for a late game like that? I know I might. I mean, if we're all still, actually, yeah, on the way home from Brooklyn, I'll watch it on my phone if it's on.
In this game, I don't know what too much to expect. Maybe Drew Lock goes on a tear. I don't know. Did Bridgewater play last week? I think he did.
Yes, I believe,
obviously
yeah.
It's his job to win because right now Lock looks locked and loaded. Haha, pun there.
Yeah, dad jokes. Man, we got the dad jokes flowing in tonight.
This is the Dad Jokes podcast. From what I'm reading, they have a lot of undrafted free agents on offense. The what do you call them? The Seahawks. They have a lot of undrafted free agents from what I'm reading, and I want to see how they play. I mean, obviously, I'll go back and rewatch some of the highlights from last week and stuff like that. I want to see how this offensive line looks. They may do something where they don't play Russell Wilson. They'll play like Geno Smith with the starting O-line, which obviously is not too far off. But I want to see how that defense looks, and I want to see how Drew Lock plays.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be, to me, it's going to nothing really going on with the Seahawks. It's going to be mainly a battle between Drew Lock and Teddy Bridgewater, as we've said before.
All right, so we move to Sunday. Now, Alex, I'll obviously give you the floor in just a minute. I'll just give you what I would be looking for.
You guys can you guys can give your little thoughts first if you want. I don't know.
Little thoughts, really? Is that how we're looked at? And that's how you look at us? I mean, we run the show. You talking about little thoughts. So you flex. Stop flexing your Nick Mangold jersey.
No, I had to stretch.
Yeah, you Jets fan.
No, Shout out on Jets
So-
fans. Just the one who said the reason he became a Jets fan is because he found a Jets jersey in his closet. Wow.
Jeez. Anyway, 1 p.m. 2 games tomorrow. It's a doubleheader. Both games will be on NFL Network from First Energy Stadium. The Giants will head to Cleveland to take on the Clowns. Giants have won 5 straight preseason road games. Alex, I know you said Jones might not play, so I don't even know. Did Cleveland starters play last week? I don't think so, right?
I don't think so, but some of them may, some of them might this week. I'm going to give some notes, some stats, some whatever from this week, and it's pretty lengthy. It's pretty lengthy for the Giants. Going back, I obviously gave you guys the recap from the Jets game. On my birthday, they had the first joint practice. Kadarius Toney, Aaron Robinson, Kyle Rudolph, Montreal Taj, Ellerson Smith, and John Ross were still sidelined. The O-line fared well against the Browns' defensive line, Will Hernandez, especially in one-on-ones with Nate Gates. Jarvis Landry and David Njoku were the standouts for Cleveland in practice. Xavier McKinney and Jabril Peppers were in good coverage, but Njoku made 2 nice catches. Jarvis Landry would, in a real game, obviously wouldn't happen because he would have gotten popped and Baker Mayfield would have gotten sacked, but he had made a nice one-handed catch. Daniel Jones was intercepted by Greg Newsome III, I think their first-round pick out of Northwestern. But with that being said, he also did well. I think he threw a couple of completions and a touchdown pass. Trent Harris, Lorenzo Carter, Zizo Jalari, O'Shane Ximines generated pressure on Mayfield in practice. Darius Williams was almost flagged for taunting because after his pass breakup, he stood over, I think it was Rashard Higgins, and Higgins wanted a flag. They didn't give it to him, but the defensive backs coach Jerome Henderson was not particularly happy with Williams. Tight end Cole Hicatini was running a route, and he hurt himself. Shane Lemieux is back practicing with the one squad, but I don't know that he will or will not play in the preseason game on Sunday. Darius Slayton and Daniel Jones had 3 straight completions to each other. Jones, Slayton, and Evan Ingram had a nice practice. Obviously, you guys know how I feel about him. I ain't hyping the shit out of him because thank you, Jason, for the belated birthday wishes. Much appreciated. But, you know, the Giants wire comes out, and they're one of the clickbait guys, I think, in my opinion. Oh, Evan Ingram's having the best summer of his life.
Cop Pizzle made a tweet about that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I have to agree there. People are saying, oh, well, Ingram's going to have a career year, the targets. I'm not believing shit till I see shit. Stop. Every year it's with this guy. Oh, he's going to do this. Oh, he's going to do that. I want him to be the best player he can be, but I'm not hyping him. I'm not doing that. Yes, Evan, how about them Yankees? Definitely.
Yes, sir.
Also, thank you, Evan, for the birthday wishes. You wish me happy
Bro,
birthday.
I just looked. I was looking at Instagram, and during the truck race at WWT in it's a couple miles, not too far south of St. Louis. It's in Illinois. The lights went out on the backstretch while they were racing. The lights went out in the middle of the freaking race. Here, look, there's a picture. Yeah, it's a terrible look, but
yeah. I see all the beat reporters are saying how I'm not believing in Evan Ingram. Like, I'll root for him, but I'm not hyping him. So that was pretty much the practice on Thursday. Friday's practice, a lot of stuff happened. I'll go with the biggest thing last because obviously there's a lot of stuff. The team actually went golfing today to Top Golf, and the team
I guess it's better than the boat.
Team bonding.
I guess it's better. I guess it's better than the boat.
Yeah, it is better than the boat. So Saquon Barkley did not practice with the Browns in one-on-one drills, but he practiced with the Giants in one-on-one drills. Nate Solder hasn't participated in team drills because he injured his shoulder last week. Jadeveon Clowney, Myles Garrett returned to the field, but they didn't practice against the Giants. They did the Brown stuff. The Giants defense dominated the first 11-on-11 series versus Baker and the one squad. So that was good. Also to note, As I mentioned earlier, a Browns beat reporter said that Daniel Jones threw 3 interceptions in a row. He threw 1 interception, which isn't good, but once again, that's the Browns. And they were being very biased. They had a live stream being very biased. I'm not surprised at that, I can't say. Azeez Ojulari, he had some good plays. He sacked Baker Mayfield on what would have been a sack, and then he drew a holding penalty on first-round pick from last year, Jedrick Wills. Jabril Peppers and Baker Mayfield were joking the prior day about just sort of trash talking, but the chatter was not so friendly today because they were doing more trash talking and obviously led to some things. Finally, Darius Slayton also had a good day, but actually, let me get some other things as well. Trent Harris was generating pressure once again. Daniel Jones and the first team offense worked against the Browns once in the red zone. Touchdowns to Sterling Shepard, Evan Ingram, and Alex Bachman in a defensive pass interference. They also did not do well in one series where Parrott was the left tackle, Lawson was the left guard, Ted Larson. Nick Gates was center, Will Hernandez was the right guard, and Chad Slade was the right tackle. They didn't do well there. There was a hold on Chad Slade. There was a sack given up by Chad Slade, and there was a false start on Larson and a sack given up on 4th down by Matt Parrott, so obviously not great. Mike Glennon was picked a couple of times. Not great once again. Nate Solder should be back soon. Joe Judge did not like the fact that Browns defenders were absolutely demolishing or attempting to be dirty and hit the Giants players.
Steelers would know something about that, right, Sean?
No, just a little.
Eagles suck. Yeah, you're right. Shouts to Mizrahi in the chat.
Yeah, I went on a story earlier. I'll briefly recap. My dad was at the game, the Steeler game down in Philly last week, and the Eagles fans were not very happy that Steeler Nation took over. They were rather salty. If you want to see that story, you'll have to backtrack a little bit, but it's worth it.
So David Sills had another strong day, apparently. As I said, Nick Gates dominated pretty much. And the final thing to happen with the Giants, and then I'll go really slightly into the players I'm looking forward to watch on Sunday. Sterling
quickly
and Troy Hill got into a fight. First it started with Troy Hill. It seemed to be appearing of trash talk. I don't know if it was, if he was trash talking, but Shepard came over to him after a reception and got in his face. Then what happened after practice was they started exchanging words. They started throwing punches, no landed punches, of course. Nobody got hurt, nothing like that. John Ross and Matt Parrott tried to break up the fight as best as possible, and nobody got hurt. But as you can imagine, probably people are making their comments on social media and stuff like that.
Probably painting a worse picture, right?
Yeah. I mean,
by the way, the Rail Riders beat the Worcester Red Sox 14-2. They've given up 2 hits against them in the last 2 games. Yesterday was a no-hitter. Today they got 2 hits.
Nice.
So, the Red Sox organization can't beat the Yankees in any way right now, and I think it's hysterical.
Nope. Mizrahi says Eagle fans won't be happy all year, 4-13. I'm not far off with that. Real quickly, I would say about 5 players I do want to watch this Sunday. And also to keep a note, Denzel Ward is probably not going to play. OBJ, Jarvis Landry. Baker will probably play, in my opinion. I think the starting offensive line will play based on what I was getting from my guy, Rod. I'm looking for Adoree Jackson, who will probably play his first snaps as a New York Giant unofficially. I want to see if he's the real deal as the second cornerback, though he'll be facing guys like Donovan Peoples-Jones and Rashard Higgins. Other than that, Gary Brightwell, the 6th-round pick, now that Alfred Morris is gone, he should have some more carries. And I want to see what Brightwell does. Ted Larson, I want to see what he does at left guard if he does play. Well, he's going to play, but I don't know if he's going to play with the 1s, the 2s, whatever. I want to see him play. I want to see Jonathan Harrison play as well. He's the backup center. Hopefully he lives up to that hype. And also as well, I do want to see Daniel Jones. I want to see how he plays. If he does play, I want to see how he plays against these guys. And, just gets the feel for a defense. Maybe Clowney doesn't play. Maybe Garrett doesn't play. But some of those guys on the back end, like Newsome, Richard LeCount, Greedy Williams, those guys will play. JOK will play. He played a lot last week. Did really well for the Browns. So I want to see what Daniel Jones does there, and I want to see how the offensive line does. Any final comments for this game?
Nope.
Not really. He pretty much broke it all down, so.
Yes, thank you.
Well, it's your team, so.
Mizrahi says Ingram looks amazing. Big year for him to watch. We'll see. Listen, I'm not going to go ahead and say that, he's I want him traded. Well, I do want him traded, but I'm not going to give him any hype or any predictions until he shows me. That's just it. It's either you're not staying on the field or it's either you're just not catching passes. So we'll see. I'm not rooting against him. I'm rooting for him. Sean, if you want to go with the next game, I think we got like two more games.
Two more.
Okay.
The other primetime game at SoFi Stadium. SoFi gets a doubleheader this weekend. 7:30, San Francisco takes the trip south to LA to face the LA Chargers. This is basically our first Sunday night football game. Only it's on NFL Network, not NBC. Interesting to note, the Chargers have lost 6 of their last 7 preseason home games going into this one. Now, I don't know if the Chargers starters will play.
Justin Herbert's not playing in the preseason.
No. Okay, there you go. Trey Lance will be playing. I don't know if they got him starting or Garoppolo. I don't know if you know or not. I would imagine it'd be Garoppolo, but I guess anything's
for his job to lose or win or whatever.
Yeah. The biggest thing for me to look forward to, aside from the fact that it's practically a Niners home game, in LA, Trey Lance, obviously, everybody's hyped up about his 80-yard pass, but let's not forget he only went 5 of 14. I think we need to see more out of him, and I think he needs to do better this week if he wants people to believe. Not people, because people already believe in him. If he wants, to prove he belongs as the Niners starting quarterback. That's how I look at it. And as Alex said, the other thing to look forward to is if Jimmy G plays, it's his job to lose. How will he play? Is he, how will he look? He needs to do well. And as far as the Chargers go, chance for your young guys to get to Lance, try to take down the offense and pull off an upset.
Yeah, definitely. Just see. Be right back. So I'll just do this real quick, and then he comes back. I don't know what to really look forward to in this game, but I'm gonna say that if
it's Sunday night football,
if the starters play, that offensive line. Look at that offensive line. It looks
versus
good.
That
Slater,
D-line.
Filer, Lindsey.
That's a good matchup.
Lindsley, Odeabushi, and Brian Balaga. But I'm also looking forward to see what the 49ers look like. What are they? 0-1 this preseason. So I want to see if are they back? Are they not back? What's the story? Just as a little preview. It's not going to impact their season. But it won't.
Unless somebody gets hurt.
Yeah. Real quickly, I know Luca's not here, but I just want to get some comments. Tony's starting to piss me off. Anybody else? Yes, Tony is being annoying. Not starting out well here. And Jason says, I don't like that Tony hasn't been getting reps, but I'm not concerned yet. But one more setback and that could change. I'm more on the side of Jason's opinion. As long as he's good for week 1 in some capacity, and he's not going to be, oh my God, he's gonna be the starter right away. I'm not putting that down on him. Those should not be the expectations. Is it a little funny and a little weird that this guy has not been getting playing time in any sort of like 1 snaps or whatever lately, and he hasn't been getting reps in team drills? It's funny, it's weird, but it's not something I like. But I will get pissed off if he has one more setback, because I didn't know that he had another injury. I just thought, okay, they're being precautious week 1. That's another injury. But once Luca comes back, we'll probably just ask him his thoughts on the last 2 games.
I'll just get to the last one because it is getting late. So
yeah, and I know Luca still wants to do a preview, a little bit of the schedule for the NBA.
All right. The last game of the week is a Monday night football matchup. The Jaguars and Trevor Lawrence will head to New Orleans to the newly named Caesars Superdome. That sounds terrible. I hate it. To face the New Orleans Saints. Jacksonville has lost 5 straight preseason games coming into this one. And this one will air on ESPN for the second Monday Night Football game of the year. Obviously, tonight it's a Friday, but somehow that's Monday Night Football, I guess. That's how that goes. obviously Trevor Lawrence is the guy to watch. I don't know why there's any other. I don't even know why I got to ask what's there to watch. I think it's blatantly obvious, but to give you the not obvious answer, I would say more of that QB battle in New Orleans because I'm really intrigued to see how Winston will do, and because I think Winston, again, if he can limit the interceptions, he can be a really good quarterback. But the problem is he throws interceptions, so we got to see how he performs if he indeed plays tomorrow. And Taysom Hill, can he become a better QB? Because honestly, I think I'd rather have Winston at starting quarterback. That's just common to me. I wouldn't want a tight end starting at my starting quarterback position, but again, it's mostly QBs are the talk of this game.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with Sean there.
Do you want to get into the game from earlier real quick?
I do want to answer to this. He doesn't know the offense. It's not good. That's definitely a point to make. Obviously, till Luka comes back, I guess we could go over for. Let me go to that Arizona game real quick. Colt McCoy started. He actually did okay. Looking from it, one interception, 13 for 18 for 113 yards.
Arizona has lost 4 of its last 5 preseason games versus the AFC West too.
Boy, Kyler Murray 1 for 4, 2 yards. So that was like nothing.
How did Pat Mahomes do?
Mahomes was 10 for 18, 78 yards and an interception. So obviously you take that as you take it. Frank Gore's son actually played.
Really?
In this game. I think his name is Frank Gore Jr. I must be messing something up. I think I know he plays, but there's Derek Gore. I don't know if he's directly
I don't know.
Oh, give me 1 second.
Gore's
falling apart here.
Yeah, I could tell. You look like Don when the microphone fell in his freaking hand.
Yeah.
Look at this garbage. Garbage.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he has any relation to the actual Gore, as in like Frank Gore, but he got 8 carries for 54 yards. Shane Buechele did well, 99 for 11, 115 yards, a touchdown and interception. Chad Henne, 1 touchdown, 6 for 8, 82 yards. Anthony Gordon, the undrafted free agent from last year, 7 for 7, 42 yards. I'm surprised Clyde Edwards-Helaire is even getting snaps.
Yeah,
but he got 3 rushes for 13 yards. Eno Benjamin, who played really well last week, 3 for 18, 6 yards per pop. Greg Dortch was the leading receiver for Arizona, 3 receptions, 44 yards. Ross Travis with a receiving touchdown. Mecole Hardman with a receiving touchdown for the Chiefs. Byron Pringle being the leading receiver. Also to note, Kyler Murray did fumble. He recovered his own fumble, I believe. I think it was, this friggin' stupid friggin' ads.
Pop-up ads. That's why I hate NFL.com. That's why I try to use
ESPN. That's
ESPN.
not NFL.com. That's ESPN.
Oh, you're on ESPN. That's a big yikes.
Yeah.
Normally I have that problem with NFL.com. I'll break down the other game when you're done.
And then if I could avoid the pop-up ads, I think I will be able to. Okay. For right now, we can. And Josh Jones recovered the fumble, so that I think he was one of the starting offensive tackles. Other than that, I don't have anything else to break down. Yeah, that's pretty much it from the Chiefs-Cardinals game. All
right, so I'll take it over. Bengals went to Washington, the battle of me and Alex's hated teams. Washington defeated Cincinnati. This was, Lucas said it earlier, this was one hell of a boring game. It was like 3-3 at like halftime. It was, let me see.
6-3.
6-3. There was all field goals in this. There was 2 touchdowns all game. Right? 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, 2. So from Cincinnati's side, the Bengals, their best performing quarterback was Brandon Allen, 8 of 17 for 70 yards. Kyle Shermer went 4 for 4 for 23 yards, and then Eric Dungy went 3 of 6 for 14 yards.
Giants quarterback.
I never even heard of him, to be honest.
Former Syracuse guy.
Top running back for Cincinnati. I'm gonna butcher this name badly. Jaquez
Patrick.
Okay. Probably. Patrick went 6 carries for 42 yards. Only one rushing touchdown. That was from Brandon Allen. He had 2 carries, 7 yards, 1 touchdown. Receiving, the top performer, looks like there's 2 of them that really stand out. Yeah. Trenton Irwin, 2 receptions, 24 yards. Auden Tate, 2 rushes, 23 yards. Not a lot to talk about with the run game tonight. No rushing touchdowns. For the football team, I don't know the name of that football team because they're just called a football team. Ryan Fitzpatrick did play. He went 7-13 for 96 yards. No passing touchdowns tonight. Taylor Heineke, 11-13 for 80 yards. Kyle Allen, 2 for 4, 23 yards. Top running back was Jarrett Patterson, 16 carries, 71 yards, 1 touchdown. Nice night for him. Receiving, top receiver was Antonio Gandy Golden. That's a long-ass name. 3 receptions, 38 yards, no touchdowns. It looks like no passing touchdowns. So he was your top receiver. As I said before, the final was 17-13. The name redacted defeated the Cincinnati Bengals 17-13. And thankfully for Joe Burrow, he walked away from Washington. Okay.
Jarrett Patterson I wanted in the draft as a running back, Puka Williams as well. I think they got 2 2 running backs from this class, meaning the Bengals. They got Chris Evans, who I believe is out of Michigan, and they got Puka Williams out of Kansas. So that's interesting to say the least. Any final thoughts before we let Luca break down the schedule for the Knicks?
Nope. I mean, really, like I said, it's week 2 of football. So it's I'm excited for tomorrow's game because I know the starters will be playing. I'm sure we'll be watching it in some sort of way, together. It's some intriguing games this week. So it's another week of football because, football is back.
Luca?
I want to share something with you guys. This is regarding NFL. You guys are going to laugh at this.
I don't like that.
Sure, just give me a second here. And Alex, there you go.
There you go. Oh.
Look at it close.
You stop right now. You can stop right now.
Hold up. New Orleans, 14 wins. What am I?
No.
What am I looking at?
That garbage does not deserve to be on my screen.
What am I? What did I?
Now put something that's worth putting up on the screen. That being the Knicks schedule.
No, that should be the Jets' final score from week 1.
So I want to get into, before we get into my basketball sections, 2 things. First of all, somebody tweeted Babe Ruth was the greatest power hitter for decades. Shohei Ohtani has had a great year. Pump the brakes on the all-timer comments.
Sean agrees with that.
And Sean, I know we're all big college football people here, but what do you think of the Big Ten, ACC, and Pac-12 are expected to formally announce an alliance between the 3 leagues?
Well, I said it when we last discussed college football. Now I've been off for 2 weeks, so God only knows when the hell that was. I don't hate the idea for one reason. The biggest problem with college football, my uncle said it best, is a lot of these guys, when they come out of college, their numbers are really padded. When you got Alabama playing teams like the Citadel and Western Carolina, FCS teams. So if you can get all the top-tier conferences into one division for football, not one division, but one league, I guess you could say, for football, and they play strictly those teams, I don't hate that. I like that. What I don't like is teams switching conferences. Tell me why, what is it, UCLA wants to be in the Big Ten or something? Oklahoma and Texas want to be in the SEC. Texas A&M shouldn't be there to begin with. They're not the Southeast. That's the Midwest. Or just the South, if you want to get technical. That I don't like. But if you can if those conferences combine, now I don't know where Notre Dame fits in with this because Notre Dame's still an independent team. Although I know the ACC wants Notre Dame to join. excuse me, you know, if it stays to where it's just the power conferences in one league playing themselves and no one else, I'm fine with that.
I mean,
I won't hate that.
geographically it can be screwed up because, as we said, Texas and Oklahoma in the SEC.
Yeah, no, it doesn't work. But
Then you also got Notre Dame.
then again, if you combine all the big conferences, you're gonna have to set up East and West anyway, because that would include Western conferences and stuff. That's just how I feel about it. We're actually only, I think, 16 days away from the Irish opener.
Nice.
It's 2 weeks from Sunday. We go to Florida State, which means we get to hear the annoying no. You know what? I might be going to CSI, but I'm glad this is sitting right next to me. Let's go Irish.
All right, Luca.
All right, so let me see if I have anything else. So first off, I want to get into the first leaks of the schedule. I mean, the full schedule is released, but I'm just going to go into NBA in general overall. Let's look at the bookmarks. So here are the opening week and Christmas Day games. First off, it's headlined by the Brooklyn Nets and the Milwaukee Bucks, 7:30 p.m. TNT, Tuesday, August 19th. That night, it will be Golden State Warriors, LA Lakers, 10 p.m. TNT. Wednesday, October 20th, the Boston Celtics will come to New York and MSG to face the New York Knicks, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on ESPN. Then the October 20th will be headlined by the Nuggets and Suns, 10 p.m. And then Dallas Mavericks, Hawks, Clippers, Warriors, Nets, 76ers, Phoenix Suns, Lakers, 10 p.m. Then Christmas Day, the Knicks will
are back.
For the first time, I think, since 2012, I want to say, against the Lakers.
Oh, no, I don't think it's been that long. I think they ended that in 2014. Hold on, I got it. I
gotta look at it closely.
Okay, all right, so that's completely unhelpful because it just – I literally typed last time Knicks played on Christmas. In 1947, the NBA started the tradition of playing on Christmas Day. Thanks.
Let me look. The last time the New York Knicks apparently played on Christmas was 2018-2019.
That sounds more accurate. I know it wasn't that long ago, so –
yeah, but the Knicks weren't relevant, so I don't count
it's still tradition's sake. Wow.
Yeah, it was on ESPN. Ugh.
I'm sure Trae Young will get a very nice Christmas welcome.
Yep, I'm sure he will.
Just like Jose Altuve for his birthday.
So for that, Hawks, Knicks, 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, ESPN. I hope the Knicks win that day, like every game. Celtics, Bucks, 2:30 on ABC. Warriors, Suns, 5 o'clock on ABC. Nets, Lakers, that's going to be a good matchup. The matchup of the big threes, 8 o'clock ABC or ESPN. And then Mavericks, Jazz, 10:30 ESPN. Now moving on to the New York Knicks schedule. The Knicks will have 22 nationally televised games this year.
That's got to be some sort of record.
That's
at least in recent memory, I should say.
Maybe that's the most. That's the most in that's most out of 2014, 2020 all combined.
Wow.
So first, the Knicks will open with the Celtics, 7:30 p.m. ESPN. Then they will go on to face Orlando away, Orlando at home, Philadelphia, Chicago, New Orleans, Toronto, Indiana. That's a nice 7-game stretch. And then they go on to face Milwaukee, Cleveland, and Philadelphia. I say you can go at least 7-3 during that stretch. A very easy start. Then you have some extra games. Lakers, TNT, Brooklyn TNT. That's the first matchup against the Nets on August 30th. Not August. Wow, I just said August 30th. November 30th, 7:30 TNT. You got also Golden State, TNT on the 14th. The NBA, let me show you guys the NBA 75 classic matchups. if I can share this. Here they are. November 1st, the Raptors and the Knicks, 7:30 p.m. Warriors Knicks, 7:30 p.m. December 14th. December 17th, the Warriors and Celtics. Knicks Celtics, December 18th. And the January 7th, Lakers versus Hawks. Now I'm gonna see if the Knicks play on Sean's birthday. They do not. Any other birthdays I have to look up?
I think that's pretty much it.
Yeah, when it comes to that. So that is a lot of national TV games for the Knicks.
Now, what I want, for New York's sakes, what are the dates we go? We got Brooklyn.
The dates we have for Brooklyn are.
Those are our biggest games next year.
First off, it's the November 30th, 2021, 7:30 TNT. That's away. Then you have...
that's home. Trust me, it's home.
Well, technically a home game.
It's home away from home.
Then you got Brooklyn once again. The 16th of February, ESPN 7:30 at home.
Okay.
Let me see here. Against Brooklyn at Barclays Center, March 13th. And then to finally end it off, there's a fourth game, April 6th, against Brooklyn at home, 7:30 ESPN.
Okay. It's pretty well spread out, I'm ready. Excuse me. I'm ready.
Anything else for the schedule breakdown?
I was going to say, after that, are you going to do a Summer League breakdown?
Yeah, I was going to do
was that last week?
I didn't really. I was going to end off and see what I'll bring my thoughts about what the Knicks and Nets did in Summer League. So the Nets will open against the Milwaukee Bucks. They have 38 nationally televised games. I think that's the most in the NBA. Not surprised. They end against Indiana April 10th, and they open October 19th at Milwaukee. So, yeah, there's nothing really to break down from the schedule. I could see 50-60 wins coming out of it. I could see 40-50 wins for the Knicks. I think the Knicks have a pretty nice chalked-up schedule. So while I'm going to move into Summer League. So my biggest takeaways from Summer League, obviously, it's the growth of the young guys like Obi Toppin, Emmanuel Quickly. Quentin Grimes, I'm going to start off with. He had a very solid Summer League, averaged 15.3 points per game, 6.3 rebounds per game, 3 assists, 41% from the field, 40.7% from downtown. He did show a lot of growth in the last 3 games of Summer League. He really struggled in the first 3. His defense was kind of wacky. I mean, his defense is good, but he can sometimes be over-aggressive. His shot selection wasn't great, and he really wasn't creating his own shot. In the last 3 games, he really found his rhythm. His defense was well put together, created his own shot, started to spread the ball a little more, and his shot looked a little more fluid, shooting at the right time, good shot selection. Then we move on to Miles McBride for the Knicks. 15.1 points per game, 3.5 assists per game, 3.5 rebounds per game, 1.3 steals per game, 53% from the field, 50% from downtown. I like what I saw from McBride other than 2 bad games, I should say, for him. He was able to play, make, create for others, really good shooting the ball, excellent hounding defense. I mean, I'm looking for him to be a rotation player as an overreaction. We'll see what he does in preseason. That's pretty much that. Obi Toppin looked really good in the Summer League. He was playing free, playing out of his mind. There was a little bit of defensive lapses for him, but he was good setting up other teammates, really driving to the rim and being aggressive, opening up the floor for others. Emmanuel Quickly looked solid in Summer League. I liked what he did. Don't know if he's going to be that point guard for the Knicks, but his shooting definitely got better, and he really started to create for his teammates. So moving on to the NBA All-Summer League first team, it consisted of Jalen Johnson from the Hawks, Trey Murphy from the New Orleans Pelicans, Davion Mitchell from the Sacramento Kings. The Kings, the same Kings that won the Summer League championship. Peyton Pritchard from the Celtics, Jalen Smith from the Suns. Let me see who that is. Oh, that's Obi Toppin from the Knicks. And if I can read that correctly, that is Cam Thomas from the Brooklyn Nets. He really showed out for the Brooklyn Nets. And getting into the 5 biggest questions for the New York Knicks. Let me just click this link here. So what are the 5 biggest questions per SNY? So, how good is Kemba Walker? Easily their biggest new acquisition. Walker gives the Knicks a chance at pairing Julius Randle with an established all-star talent with a caveat. Walker's dealt with nagging injuries the past 2 seasons and is 31 with a game strongly dependent on his quickness. How Walker performs in the regular season and playoffs may decide the ceiling of this roster. If he's fully healthy, playing his former all-star self, a postseason series win is in play. Should Walker continue missing time, can't play 100%, it makes the lineup look a little closer to last year's. How do the young players develop? Outside of a couple upgrades in the starting lineup, the Knicks roster is similarly larger to last year's. This puts the onus on New York Knicks' youth, Randle included, and their development to bolster their year-to-year improvement. Randle's giant leap in the pandemic-lengthened offseason is a primary reason the Knicks put together a 41-31 regular season. Whether he keeps up that level of performance, regresses, or takes another step directly impacts not only this year's chances but the franchise's long-term plans. This applies down the line to R.J. Barrett, Mitchell Robinson, Obi Toppin, and Emmanuel Quickley. The former 2 are in line to start, and the latter played huge minutes as rookies last season, all fill major holes on the roster. Big improvements or regressions from even one of the 2 names not only affects winning but trade negotiations. By season's end, R.J. Barrett could be a breakout star, elevating the Knicks and rendering himself untouchable in Lillard negotiations, or does he look more expendable after a plateaued year? The answer is likely to fall in the middle for all these guys, but it remains a huge factor. The next 2 questions are, what do the Knicks do with Mitchell Robinson? One of the bigger short-term decisions the Knicks face is Mitchell Robinson's expiring contract. He becomes an unrestricted free agent, barring an extension next summer, with all signs pointing to the latter. Robinson played on a very team-friendly deal thus far and should look to cash out on his potential and defensive impact. A fair assumption would be that 2 sides agree on a 4-year deal in the range of $40 to $48 million with lots of health and award-based incentives. Should the 2 find themselves far apart on an extension, things get interesting. Knicks would much prefer dealing Robinson on an expiring contract as opposed to potentially letting him walk for nothing. Still, this is only a hypothetical, with the extension still the likeliest of scenarios, as Robinson is looking for big things this season, hoping to win or even be in the conversation of Defensive Player of the Year. Now, can the Knicks win a playoff series? This should be a natural next step and goal for this season, with last year's surprise run serving as an appetizer to a more complete Knicks team entree. While the Knicks were always on the hunt for the big move, a finish identical or worse to last year's season to last year's would undoubtedly bring some pressure to push that process along. On the flip side, a second-round trip would validate the work Leon Rose, Tom Thibodeau, Randle, and everybody put into this rebuild and prove that the Knicks are truly back on track. Much of the East remains the same, with some teams improving that were close on New York Knicks' tail last season. It'll take much of the above going in the Knicks' direction, but winning a playoff series definitely is in play. Whether or not this roster can make it will be the most defining question of the season.
Any other thoughts?
And just in an NBA update, Robert Williams, Boston Celtics center, has agreed to a 4-year, $54 million contract.
All right. I think from there we could wrap it up. Very loaded night tonight. I'll go Sean, Luca, then myself.
It's another solid episode. I'm back after 2 weeks. I got my school schedule, so once we're done here, we're gonna work out a new night.
Mondays is Mondays good?
Monday or Wednesday I can do.
Mondays
it is.
We're back to Mondays.
All right, then we'll be back this Monday, or
I think we can.
All right, well then you'll see us in a couple days. So we'll be back to normal. I start college next week, so I'm excited about that. Steelers are on tomorrow. Hope for the best. Hope the Yankees keep this hot streak going and they could take the series from Minnesota tomorrow. And we'll go from there. See these guys tomorrow. So,
really today. It's past
now
12.
It's today. This is a late stream. I ain't gonna lie. I didn't realize how late this stream went. Yeah, good stream. Yeah, I'm happy for once.
Okay.
No, I'm kidding.
Solid
I'm only
stream.
kidding. Don't worry. I'm not. I ain't that weird. I'm only kidding.
Solid stream talking baseball and Yankees. Diving into the topics we did last week with Pete. Also got to recap why Alex lost his bet. Wearing that Jets jersey.
Who's your daddy?
Yeah, who's your daddy, Alex?
Who's your daddy? When was the last Alex? By the way, when was the last time you beat the Jets in the regular season?
We don't talk about that.
2011, 10 years ago, come December 24th. But hey, at least Victor Cruz can own the Jets, right?
One player.
Yeah,
I'll
but
let
not
you,
the Giants.
I'll let you finish up the rest of the stuff.
Yeah, but also talking football was pretty cool. Diving into some preseason matchups, even though most or all content creators don't do that because
It's kind of like I consider it like a preview as to what the season's going to look like when we get there. Now, obviously, previewing games will be a little bit more difficult if we're doing it on Mondays, but weekend recaps I enjoyed that. So, I consider it a preview for what to expect in the regular season. Preseason means preseason for everybody: reporters, podcasters, that idiot with the Jets jersey on, and it's preseason for everyone.
Luca?
I gave my final thoughts.
All right, you don't need to be rude. All right, so unfortunately, lost the bet. Had to wear this thing for about 4 hours. Well, I actually more like 3.5 because I missed the first 30 minutes of the show.
42.
Anyway, we're going to be hanging out tomorrow. We'll be keeping track of the preseason stuff. Hopefully, the Giants win. Hopefully, the Yankees take the series over the Twins. Stuff like that. If you haven't already, like, comment, subscribe, turn the notification buttons on so you get notified when the live stream pops or a video drops. Real quickly, I just want to subtract this banner. Make sure you guys have a good night. Go Giants, go Yankees, and we'll see you later.
Go Steelers.
Go Jets.
No.